What's up, Wolverine Nation? It's your boy, TJ Ronin, and we are here to do the damn thing. Initially, we were going to do a little Oregon guest and talk a little Oregon football this week, but it appears there's a lot of hype and momentum with things that are going on with recruiting, things going on with Michigan behind the scenes. So, of course, that's the direction we'll go. But if you do have interest in talking about the game this weekend, quarterback situation, players, anything, we're here for it. As you guys know, this is the call-in show. You guys can call in. I'll drop the link in the chat. There is a link in the description. You guys call in, and we will do the damn thing. And with the format to our call-in shows, whether it be post games or the Thursday call-in show, for every $100, we go an extra hour. So if you guys want us to go more than an hour, we are here for it. And you can do that with super chats, memberships, super stickers, all the above. We take it. We're with it. We appreciate it as well. Shout out to everybody who's already watching. The chat is filling up quickly. I know there's some buzz, and there is some buzz, so we will get into it. A couple things I want to hit on. If you guys want to get us on audio, we are on Apple, Audible, Spotify, and all of them. You name it, we're on them. Find us. We'd appreciate it. And a couple things I want to hit on before we take our first call. We got some callers lining up. Do not hesitate to call in. If the phones or if the line lines up, I will go a little quicker than typical. But the first thing I want to talk about is Carter Smith, and I've seen some comments already within the chat. You know, our boy Borge Warner is not too happy about Carter Smith decommitting, but like, here's the deal. Listen. Carter Smith is a solid prospect, okay? A nice, solid prospect. But the reality about Carter Smith is he's the type of prospect that would take about likely 3 years before it would be possible for him to be a starting caliber quarterback. He has a very one of the biggest issues with Carter Smith is his throwing mechanics and his accuracy. Now, we're already dealing with something similar in Alex Orji. Is this someone you want to depend your future on, a quarterback that is really a lottery ticket, just like an Alex Orji? Plenty of athletic upside. Obviously, an extremely hard worker. Comes from a professional athlete bloodline. His dad was a former baseball player. Obviously, a good kid. I'm not dismissing that. And I understand there's a lot of people, especially in the fan base, who would like, you know, to maintain this culture of hard work and development and 3-star diamond in the roughs. But at the end of the day, you got to be a player in this space. So what occurred was over the weekend, Michigan let Carter Smith know that they're pursuing Bryce Underwood. And initially, Carter Smith, and if you saw the Tuesday segment, I said, no, Carter Smith's not phased. Things are okay. He let the staff know everything's okay. He's still committed to the staff. Well, apparently, after some discussions with his family, they've decided to go another direction. And the reality is, when you are potentially going against, when you commit yourself to a class and NIL is not a priority for you, and you literally are coming for the development, and then all of a sudden you get kind of blindsided with Michigan literally making probably the largest NIL deal of any player in this cycle. it's going to rub you the wrong way, especially when they're now going after, we all know who, cat's out the bag, Bryce Underwood. It's very aggressive, and Michigan let him know, so you're gonna feel like you just took a back seat. So I mean, that's kind of the situation. It is what it is, and I'll be honest, guys. Would I want him in the class? Why not? But at the end of the day, we really do need a higher caliber talent player. We don't need another developmental. You are experiencing a current quarterback by the name of Jaden Davis, who everyone, the freshman, who um, is also one of the a type of player who needs a good 2 to 3 years of development before you can see them on the field. And this is the issue, right? So this is why we have a quarterback issue, and we cannot rely on hoping a kid develops. We need kids that are going to be ready, right? Now we all agree the portal is obviously an option, but at the same time, if you can go after Bryce Underwood, the best player in the nation 2 years in a row, you go after Bryce Underwood. It is what it is. And if unfortunately it rubs Carter Smith the wrong way, these are the things you got to do. But what I want to stress before we take our callers, and I take the super chat here, is, guys, respectfully, just because Carter Smith dropped from the class, we'll be fine. Okay, Michigan's not fucking around. And if there's anyone who's a child or a female watching this, forgive my language. Boys, we got money, we got bags, we are a game player. I'm sure some people have seen some of the rumors floating around of the whole five family. I told you guys for a few weeks now, Michigan's not fucking around. Like, they are so. I tried my. I have communicated to the best of my ability how organized and structured we are, and how motivated the donors are, and how serious this is. Boys, we are buying Louis, bro. We are after the exotics. We are chasing them. You guys, obviously, we know Owasu Boateng is going to be visiting this weekend. That's serious. Like, that's not quite honestly, boys, let's keep our eyes on that one, because there's some very good reasons to be optimistic about this visit. He does still expect to visit Notre Dame, I think at the end of November, I believe. So it's something we're going to watch. But you add him with my guy Bradley Gompers. Well, this linebacking core is nasty. Legit. We're talking about like insane athletes who are heat-seeking missiles. We obviously know about the buzz on Shamari Earls, and I would like to say we are on commit watch. So this thing could go down. This thing can go down during the show. It may very well. I'm actually getting my Twitter up just in case it does. We could get a commit tonight. It could be tonight. It could be tomorrow. It could be at any moment. This thing is about to pop with Shamari. I threw out a tweet earlier today of my guy smoking, because there's smoke, a lot of smoke. So if anyone saw that on the Twitter today, that is why, because shit is hot and things are smoking. But at the end of the day, we're going to be fine. Carter Smith, I know, guys, some people don't like losing these recruits, but I'm going to promise you this. They're going to get a quarterback. If they happen to swing and miss on Bryce Underwood, right? And I still feel I'm still at 65% Bryce Underwood's coming to Michigan. I've been at that number. I'm still at that number, even with some of the recent buzz that's, I would say, you could potentially increase the odds, especially with my guy Elijah Dotson, who's going to be visiting for an official visit this weekend after visiting last weekend. And you may say, well, why does that matter? Because that's one of his boys, man. That's one of his boys at Belleville. There's a reason, there's a reason why that he's becoming a target focused, and why things are trending in a good direction with him as well. Okay. So, and then to clarify one more thing before we take a call, and I'll get to these super chats here. And guys, we are, again, for every $100, we will go an extra hour. The On3 article, I won't. All right. So the rumored number out there of $5 million. And, I spoke on Tuesday's show, they're like, well, now that someone left a super chat and said, well, now that we're even with LSU, does that make us a player for Bryce Underwood? Something along those lines. I was like, well, we're not even. LSU is not even close to our offer, and they're not. LSU is not even close to Michigan's offer right now. Now, word is they're going to counter. But as I also spoke about Tuesday, Michigan doesn't care. They will counter again. They don't care. Michigan's all in. They are all in. And what is true, and I spoke about this as well. This is not a Dave Portnoy recruitment. This is a collective of donors, not a part of the collective, their own this niche of donors who are like, okay, whatever it takes, whatever it takes, and they're serious about it. I know there's some buzz going on some of the message boards about the 5 families. They're calling Michigan the new 5 families. Now, am I calling them the 5 families? No, but am I telling you? And I tell you guys we are potentially a top 5 NIL school now. Yeah, I said that. I said results will confirm it though, but we're definitely top 10. I can tell you that. Money's not a problem. Like it's not. They're extremely motivated. Green light, everything. That's why you're seeing the upgrade in all these players. So let's get to the super chats. Let's get to it. We have a lot to be excited about. Fuck Oregon. Who cares? We'll beat their ass maybe. If not, whatever. Recruiting's gravy. Next year will be even better. Okay, so let's get to it. So we got my man here, Supreme Mans. Do you think Jaden Davis will transfer for the $1.99 super chat? Hard, it's hard to call. I'm not going to predict any of that anymore. I mean, because I don't know the one quarterback, to be honest with all you guys, that I have any, and I don't have any concern, but the only quarterback I really don't want to see go is Brady Hart. And I'm not saying he is. Let me just stress this right now. Zero. No, he's actually visiting this weekend. So no. Whatever, man. I'm gonna be completely transparent here. With the type of money Michigan's messing with right now, this entire quarterback room is probably going to be completely uplifted and it's going to be loaded. They're not, just so you know, they're not done with just Bryce Underwood. Like if we land Bryce Underwood, they're going to be happy with Brady Hart. But please understand, the plan is to make sure this quarterback room is never weak again. Never ever weak again. This is definitely a focus for not only the collectives, but the vision for the program build. Never, ever let this room ever get weak again. And they also are going to start spending money on weapons like wide receivers and things of that nature, which is why the Derek Meadows of the world are becoming names being thrown around and stuff like that. We got another $1.99 super chat from our boy Nick, who is a bad person. U of M letting Smith go equals someone else is coming. Well, all right, look, it's not that they let Smith go. They actually wanted Smith to be in the class. But Smith has realized that, look, let's just keep it very honest. If you were Smith and you were committed to a school for a long time, almost a year, or like 8, 9 months, whatever, and then 2 months before signing day, they're up in the ante with like a $10 million offer to Bryce Underwood. Like that, like I was saying, that $5 million offer is bullshit. It's double. It's like double, guys. Like I'm not even exaggerating with that number. LSU's not even close to our number right now, which is why there is such a buzz with Bryce Underwood. And then also, never mind. There was somebody who's putting out information on the LSU side, no names, inaccurate as hell. I've watched their stuff, inaccurate as hell. They have no idea what they're talking about. And they're using the On3 article that even EJ Holland has, he's admitted that is inaccurate. It's not accurate. Michigan's offering more than that article is even. I don't know where those numbers came from, that article. I have no idea. It is what it is, though. But it's not. They're not letting him go. They did want him in the class. They really did want him in the class. But you got to understand, if you were that kid, and then now they're going after the new hotness. They're going after the pretty girl, the 10 who's a model. You're just an 8 or a high 7. I mean, you're gonna feel some type of way. So I mean, that's just what it is. They're making the best decision for their family. And I'm not even, I get it. I do. Supreme Mans for the $4.99 super chat. If we do get Bryce, do you think they should still get a QB in the portal? Okay. So if we do get Bryce, he's starting freshman year. Like that's one of the pitches they're giving Bryce is to start as a freshman. Like that's one of the appealing factors of this entire situation. If they do get a quarterback in the portal, it will be a veteran backup to have some experience in the room. So that would be it. Now, if we happen to swing and miss on Bryce Underwood, because it's not guaranteed, guys, it's not as good as it's trending and as confident as I feel in terms of 65% confident. We still got to close. We have not closed on Bryce Underwood yet. Things are looking good, but it's not done. But there's a lot of good things with that. But what I think would occur, actually, not what I think, what I know. Here's what I know. If they don't get Bryce, they're going to go heavy ass aggressive for a portal. and they're going to get an extremely high caliber player in the portal for the quarterback position. They're also already, just so you know, just so everyone knows, they are already looking at they want to bring 2 quarterbacks in this class. They are already looking at another quarterback to be a part of it. So be on the lookout for that. We'll keep our ears to the ground on some names. I've seen some names, but I'm not sold yet on some of the options. I know, here's what I do know. Michigan's sending out a bunch of offers right now. We'll see what transpires there. Nick again with the $2 super chat. Are we more likely to land Bryce or a transfer QB? That's a great question. We are going to get a transfer quarterback. If we get Bryce, we're still getting a transfer quarterback. But I understand your question. Your question is, is our quarterback next year going to be Bryce Underwood or a portal quarterback? Damn, you're putting me on the spot, Nick. I'm at 65 Bryce. I'm going to go Bryce. I think it's going to be Bryce, but we'll see. I'm not guaranteeing. Let me just also, I am not guaranteeing we're getting Bryce. I'm just saying we're in a good position. It's trending well. We'll see where it goes. But I've had some people ask me, do I think we're going to get him? And I do. I've had there's some very interesting things going on right now. And I know if anyone sees the confidence of Sam Webb, and I'll share this as well. If anyone who doesn't know, because it's public. This is not anything. I'm not unique here with this information. We know the source. We know who Sam Webb's source is on this. It was leaked on, I want to say Wednesday. It was leaked really recently on the Dropping Dimes podcast. Devin Gardner slipped on air. The source to Sam Webb information. So for all those who wanted to doubt Sam Webb, it's Bryce Underwood's agent, man. It's his fucking agent. It does, and that's when he says, I have one of the most impeccable sources you could possibly have. Because it's his agent. It's his freaking agent, bro. So you think Sam is not, telling the reality of the situation? He is telling the reality of the situation. And quite honestly, here's the deal. The offer is so goddamn good, Bryce almost cannot, it's so good. The offer is insane what's happening right now. It's so damn good. This is why Bryce and his family are like really on the edge here. All right. It's really close, but it's not done. We haven't closed it yet. It's still in progress. There is an official visit with Alabama that could potentially happen. And I'll just explain this too. Even if he goes, it doesn't mean we're done. It simply means he's going through the process and we're not at the finish line. Okay. And quite honestly, if I was Bryce Underwood, I'd go because I'd get my offer upped is what I would do. But I think we're in good shape. We'll just see how it plays out. We got Nick here again. Sharon trying to buy his way off his hot seat. You know what's funny is I was just reading a post of like the top 8 teams. If you look at the top 8 teams in college football right now, and I actually have that. Let me pull it up. If you look at the top 25 teams in college football, right? Oregon, bags. Georgia, bags. Penn State, not bags actually. They're I would argue their NIL is at a top 15 level. They're just playing well and they have an experienced quarterback. Ohio State, bags. Miami, bags. Texas, Tennessee. Then we have Notre Dame, who does have NIL, but it's not on the level of Michigan's now. I'll tell you that. They also do revenue share, or they also do a team-based salary. Here's an interesting one that I don't think people are. Here's a sneaky one I don't think people know about. BYU actually has a lot of money. The Mormon money is good money. For those who don't know, but granted, they're not landing elite classes. But I just want to let you guys know they actually have a lot of money. But the reason why they're ranked 9th right now is not because they have a superior talent. It's because they're in the fucking Big 12. Someone's got to win a game. And then you got Texas A&M to round out your top 10. Bags. This is the era of college football. If you want to play in the Big 10 or you want to play in the SEC, you better get some talent or you're going to get your ass worked on the field. And that's just the reality of it. So now that we've got our boy Nick coming through again, Webb versus Holland, WWE, Sam ready to swing on him. Yo, the site wars are alive and well. Shit is crazy. I mean, the boys are heated. I mean, it's interesting to watch. And I've said this before. My my opinion on this whole site beef, I'm going to be real with you. Whatever side you're on, whatever, it's good for us because it makes them both go harder. It makes them both be the best and want to be the best. And I'm not. I mean, don't be wrong. Like I don't want. I mean, I prefer everyone isn't at war with each other, but at the same time, like competition breeds it breeds hard work and dedication, and that's what you're seeing out of both of them. Like, yeah, okay, one of them's going to take an L here. Actually, it kind of looks like one has already taken an L, but it is what it is, man. At the same time, like these boys are competing with each other. I respect that. The names are a little wild though. The name calling's a little wild. But all right, let's get to. Let me update. I'll update our ticker where we are with all the super chats. But let's get to our first caller. It is Ramez. How are we doing, buddy?
Hey, TJ, how's it going?
It's going good, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. Yeah, good to call you guys. Call you. I mean, not guys, only you. No John today, so we can at
Oh,
least say,
Ramez, my apologies. My apologies. I forgot my man Detroit Kyle. So shout out Detroit Kyle. I apologize, man. New member to Michigan at the Voice of College Football in the Connor Stallions Espionage team, bro. So thank you for joining our highest tier. You have access to our VIP hangouts and obviously all the emojis, all that shit. So thank you, man. You've been a supporter on not only right now, but you've been a supporter on the socials. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And I am sorry for cutting you off, Mez. It's just I forgot
no,
about my
no,
boy
it's
here.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
A
Okay.
question. Yeah, I also watched the steady dropping dimes. Also
Yeah, you
when
saw
Devin
that.
Gardner's, yeah, when Devin Gardner, told him I got to go to the bathroom when he slipped.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's. So a question. With what you're hearing, is it true? Because Sam alluded to it, that he said the kid wants to play in the SEC. Do you think Michigan is going to go with the same money like LSU to reel him in? Of course, they have to go with more. So a question to
Yes.
you: is it true
Yeah.
that we have to pay more money than LSU in order to get him because he doesn't want to play for us?
Well, yeah, we do. We do.
Okay, and do we
Because
actually want?
hold on though. But it's layered. It's layered. It's not that he just like okay, LSU has put Heisman quarterbacks at they've gotten Heisman quarterbacks. They've won that offense is one of the top offenses in college football. Sloan, the offensive coordinator, is one of the higher end offensive coordinators in college football. There's a lot of appeal for a quarterback who wants to make it to the NFL, right? And when you look at Michigan, it's not, and let me also clarify, it's not that he doesn't want to come to Michigan because he does like Michigan and so does his family, but the offense is a concern, guys. And we know this. We know this. Now, when you have an offense like this to get these top talents, you got to pay, man. You got to pay.
Okay, so isn't it true that before LSU and all the things that you said, TJ, that since his early recruitment, when he was like early in high school, that he also always said, I want to play for the SEC. I do not want to play for the local states, whether it's Michigan or state. That he
So
always
yeah,
said, I
so
wanted
you're
to play
you're
in the
getting
SEC.
yeah, so you're getting that from I know who you're getting. I know where that came from.
I think
That's
it's from on
EJ
three.
Holland. Yeah, EJ Holland.
Mm,
So EJ Holland has recruited Bryce Underwood a lot, which is why. But there's there's a little. I don't even want to really get into it. I mean, not that I don't want to get into it. I'll get into it. But like, there's EJ Holland's not the most. EJ Holland's good at what he does, but like he's kind of off on this recruitment right now, because he doesn't have the connection Sam does. Um, and but like, all right, so yeah, there's an appeal to play in the SEC because when he was growing up, the SEC really was dominating college football, and quite honestly, that's where all the top offenses were. The Big Ten was kind of known as we all know the physical running, um, ground and pound offense. I mean, the only offense, there's the only power offense or like high caliber offense in the Big Ten was Ohio State. Everyone else was a physical pro style offense for the most part. I mean, Maryland tried to change it up, but and we see what Wisconsin's doing right now, and they're failing. So I mean, yeah, I mean, there's an appeal to the SEC, but like, please understand this too. with conference alignments, shit's changed, man. Like SEC is not even, and we see what's going on with college football right now. I mean, you see the parity. I mean, you got Alabama losing to Vanderbilt. You got like the SEC's. I would say on par with Michigan, or I'm sorry, on par with the Big Ten now.
So I asked you a question on Tuesday. When I asked you, is local, being a local hero, is a factor, and you told me you think it's yes. Given the things that you said right now, does not you don't think that contradicts?
Oh no, 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 because it is a factor. Like, okay, but here's the thing, right? So when you have two tough decisions, Ramez, you make a list, right? What are the pros? What are the cons, right? Pros, money. Pros, close to home. Pros, local hero. Pros, academics, alumni base, rich history, blue blood, etc. Right? Cons, and then you make your cons. Offense is Garbo. Don't have an offensive coordinator. By the way, Kirk Campbell, we'll see. I don't know if he's going to be here next year. What I do know is all coaches. Here's what I know: all coaches are being evaluated. But that's not anything we don't know. I'm not unique here. Like we know that, but I do know that all coaches are being evaluated. Michigan's not fucking around, man. Like they're not. They're very serious about everything. And of course, Sharon Moore is going to be very serious because his job's on the line, man. But to your point, Ramez, not to go off track, it's okay to want to grow up wanting to play in the SEC, but at the same time, right? Be pulled a little bit and be like, oh, I do want to be the local hero, bro. Like it's like you can at the same like you got to weigh these decisions, right? Do I want to be the local hero or do I want to go to the SEC where it just means more? But guess what? It's starting to mean a lot more in the Big Ten the way things are trending, especially the way Michigan's donors are stepping up right now.
So you're not offended by what's happening as a fan of Michigan, that we have to overbid OSU to get a kid that is really close to the school, like 10 miles away in Belleville. I see that as really offensive. It's kind of
Yeah,
like we we let a kid go that I agree with you. Carter Smith was not ready, and he probably won't be. We don't know because he either develops or he doesn't. That's also a possibility. But we let a
yeah,
kid who really wanted us, he really loved us, and he wanted us, go to chase a kid that
yeah.
he does not want us. So this is a really, really, from, I don't know, is it moral or from a, not a moral standpoint, it's from like a standard standpoint, from values standpoint, it just does not seem right. I think Michigan should just match LSU's offer, and if he wants to go,
No.
you just let him go. You let him go.
So okay, so here's why I'm not offended. Schools, okay, when you like recruiting in general, like so you got to kind of not have the emotional. I mean, listen, I love Michigan, but you need to not have the emotional attachment when you look at this because you got to understand when you're a kid, you don't have the emotional attachment we do. Okay, it's not about like we love Michigan, like we know, like we love Michigan, and we want it to obviously be respected at all costs. But like when you are a school who is underperforming, or you have a poor offense, or you have a poor defense, Oklahoma, right? USC, you have to overspend to fix these problems initially to get back in the game because you are not as high value. And I know that might hurt. You are not as high value as the LSU offense. Okay. Michigan's offense is not as high value as LSU's offense. It's just not. So you then have to compensate for your lack of high value offense with true compensation because if it's equal, Ramez, we don't get Bryce Underwood. And if you don't get Bryce, like when it comes to negotiations, Ramez, I'm sure a lot of us can relate here. When it comes to negotiations, right, you have to have you have to be able to close. And to be able to close, there's different factors and variables at play. And because Michigan is the position it is, the variable and the factor is our offense is Garbo. Our offensive coordinator might not be here. Um, right. So this kid is risking, you have to think about this too, Ramez. He is literally risking his NFL future and development to come here on a hope that Michigan really does get its offense together and gets a coordinator who can develop them.
You convinced me. You convinced me. You
Right.
nailed your point about
Thank you.
being level headed, being cool off during negotiations. Don't make it emotional, and also the future. You convinced me. You answered my question.
Well, thank you, Ramez. Well, I mean, like, really though, like, we have to, when it comes to recruiting, we can't look at it like you can't look at it like we can look at it through fans' glasses, like, oh hell yeah, this is sick. Like, look at us, we're top dogs now because we really are on some NIL top dog shit. Um, but when it comes to, like, you got to remember these kids are 17, and like I spoke about on Tuesday's show, this is arguably a top 3 toughest decision in your life. You really got to weigh all the pros and cons here, and that's all they're doing, and that's why also there's some kids take longer than others to make this decision because it's not easy, you know. Um, so I mean, I am not offended because here's the reality, Ramez. He comes to Michigan, he's a fucking Wolverine, bro. And we just got the number one. If we get him, if he commits, we got the number one quarterback, number one player in the nation in back-to-back classes, right? Who is going to be our leader of our team for the next 3 years minimum. Like,
And he also
you
comes with a
can't ask.
5-star wide receiver, so it's also you can't forget the domino effect too.
That's
So.
true. Derek Meadows is attached to Bryce Underwood. Derek Meadows does not come here without Bryce Underwood.
Yeah, before I
This
go,
is
I just wanted to let you know that I bought tickets. I'm going to the Oregon game. I don't know if that was smart or stupid, but I just bought tickets and I'm going with my wife.
well.
Maybe she will
Well,
divorce me at halftime.
listen, man, it's always smart. Listen, the game out, you never know. Hey, what if we upset those sons of bitches? That'd be a great time. What are you talking about?
Well, the reason I bought the tickets is because when Davis Warren took the field at the beginning of the season, when he had a lot to lose, he was playing. Yeah, he threw a lot of interceptions, a lot of it because he didn't give a shit. This kid did not. This kid has a killer instinct. Like, he wanted to go and kill, even, but a lot of times he got killed instead of actually going kill. So
Yeah.
after he got benched and after all of this has happened, what do you think coming out of it is going to look like? Is he going to really care? I think this kid has a killer instinct to him. I mean, based on the interceptions, the throws that he just throw before he gets nailed to the ground because the O line couldn't hold anybody. I think that the interception, I can't forget it. That's during Arkansas, like 2 or 3 guys flying into his face, and he just puts it in the air and he takes the hit. Like, I look at
Yeah.
that as a killer instinct. Yeah, it's not smart, but he wanted to go and kill. He actually wants to go and win. So I said, you know
Yeah.
what? He's playing against the world, against everybody, against us too, as in media, who thinks that Michigan quarterbacks are garbage. They're playing against Oregon, playing against the world. Well, let me go out, show the world who I am. Even I could hit the transfer portal and go to another school, right? So I was like, well, you never know. That's kind of my
Yeah.
that was kind of my thought process.
Yeah. No, I mean, we'll see what the boys can do. It's a good test. I mean, look, this is a redemption game for Michigan in the sense of Texas embarrassed us. How do we stack up against another elite team in the Big Ten? We're going to get a reality check. We're either going in to be, and here's another thing, guys. Regardless of the outcome, let's say we win. Let's say we pull it off. It's college football. It's a home game. Let's say we do. Then guess what? We're partying our asses off Saturday, and we could talk shit to Oregon. That's fantastic. Now, let's say it doesn't go well. That's only going to motivate the donors, guys. I'm just letting you know right now, they are pissed, bro. And they're not pissed at Sharon. This is just unacceptable. We have reached a standard at Michigan where the donors do not deem not being elite as acceptable. It's good. It'll work out. My advice is, I've expressed this to everybody. My advice is this: let's grind out the year. Let's reap the benefits of recruiting, and let's see what the boys can do next year. It will. The beautiful thing about being a fan of this university is the people who have the financial resources as well as other resources in terms of academic and all that. They will not let this fail. We will not drown. The program will not drown. They will get to the top of the mountaintop again. They just got to build it back, and they're going to. But Ramez, how about this, man? Give me your score prediction this weekend.
No, I took a pass before the state game, and we won. So I'm going to take a pass again. But all I'm going to say, if we won, we're going to call you on the way back. We live in Royal Oak. I live in Royal Oak, so we're going to call you. We have a drive from Ann Arbor to Royal Oak, so try to call you on the way back.
All right, Ramez. I will look forward to it, man. Hey, win or lose, you call back. All right, bud?
All right.
All right, Ramez. We'll talk, buddy.
Talk. Bye.
Go Blue.
Go.
Ramez. Ramez is a good dude, man. I like Ramez. All right, so Luke Spalding, thank you for waiting. Thank you, everyone who contributed to the show. Greatly appreciate all your contributions. Okay, let's get to them. And then we'll take our next caller. Keegan, you are next, my friend. Although it should be Wolverine Casual because he called earlier. Let's see. Where are we? So we got Luke Spalding a little late tonight. I just want to see more improvement. Man gives me hope for more. Okay, I think he's saying what he wants to see is improvement from the team, so it gives him more hope for Sharon Moore. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. We want to see improvement this week. We saw, hey, listen, he got the job done against little brother, and little brother acted like a little brother and threw a little temper tantrum. You know, to be expected. We got Keith Rebar here with the $10 super chat. Is the Carter move a simple NIL decision? If I were him, I would reopen and as a 4-star, look for 20K or more. Go Carter, go blue. So no, the reason why he left Michigan's not because of NIL. He left Michigan because Michigan found a new girl. You feel me? Like, there's a new girl. Like, it's, you know, and Michigan has their attention on a new, you know, somebody new, right? And that makes you feel a certain way, which I think we could all understand. If we were Carter Smith, how would you feel? Like, honestly, I want people. And listen, I agree. And my boy, I don't even see him tonight. Beats and Treats. If you're watching, if you're here, what's good? He, Carter Smith's dad commented on my post. And I won't go with any details on that. But how would you guys feel? You know, we take our fan. You know, listen, I want Underwood too. I understand. I am trading Underwood for Carter Smith. Okay, I am. How would you feel if you were Carter Smith? If you were committed to this school, right? And you were committed for this long, helping build the class, putting all this work in, and then they find someone they like more than you. And you know, and here's the thing, if this kid's getting $10 million deal, I'm not playing. They're not playing me. Why would they play me over this kid? There's a financial incentive to play this kid. I am not seeing the field, you know? So it's just, they made the right choice for them. And yeah, should he get some money in NIL? Yes, he should, but I'm gonna be honest, there's a big concern about his throwing mechanics. He really has a lot of work to do in that area. Great athlete. He could be a solid quarterback. It's just gonna take him a little time. Texas Wolverine with the $2 super chat. Tom Brady rumors. Tattooed. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I've heard those. I don't know. So here's what I don't know. I do not know who this group of I don't know who the individual. Here's what I know. I know Dave Portnoy is not a part of this group who is all money. I mean, okay. Dave Portnoy is a very aggressive donor. He has a lot of money. He's willing to play ball. He's willing to go after people. But this selective donor group, we'll call them, or you know, if we want to get real, you know, mysterious, we can call them the 5 families, whatever. They I don't know who these individuals are, but I know they are not fucking around. So, but I will say this. I will say this though. Here's what I do know about Tom Brady. He is available. Now, I don't know financially what that means. I do know in terms of if Bryce Underwood wants a mentor, things of that nature. I do know that. I know he's available in that sense. I don't know about financially. I don't have that information. But I do know he's available. He's definitely available. And he also has a clothing line and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's involved in some capacity. Tattooed Trucker Jesse gifted 5 Voice of College Football memberships to you guys. So Tattooed Trucker Jesse is our Oprah tonight. You get a membership. And then we also got Supreme Mans with the $2 super chat. Moore is trying to build a team around Bryce 100%, and they are. Okay, you already have an offensive line that's pretty solid. You know, the offensive line, if we look at the depth chart, we got Andrew Babaloa, Caden Strayhorn, one of the top centers in the nation, Avery Gash, who's a very good offensive tackle. You got Andrew Olish already in the class, who really does want to be a Michigan Wolverine. He really does. Andrew Marsh already here. Potentially Derek Meadows if we land. Likely Derek Meadows if we land Bryce Underwood. Yeah, they're building a class. And then defensively, Jaden Sanders, Shamari Earls, Kainoa Winston, Ivan Taylor, and Elijah Dotson, dude. Like, what are we doing? Like, just so you know, Lamar Morgan is best recruiter on the team right now. All right, we got another $2 super chat from Nick. Strip club in the locker room, make the NIL range. Shit, you might see an LSU locker room in Michigan. I'll tell you that. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, throwing that money in the locker room. Beats and Treats is here. I'll get to you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Texas Wolverine, $9.99. Maybe little bro can get Carter. We like 10s. They like fat chicks. Big girls need love too. Yeah, not for me. Not for me. But yeah, little brother can have that. Little brother can take the fat chicks. But yeah, we'll take them. We'll take them 9s and 10s. We'll take them 9s and 10s. Little brother can have all the little chubbies they can handle. Beats and treats, my guy, my guy. I know you know. I know you know. It's all love, brother. It is all love. $2. Thank you very much. We appreciate the contribution to the channel. I will update the banner here in a minute, but let's get to our next caller. Keegan, how are we doing, man? You there,
What's up,
buddy?
buddy? Yeah,
What's up,
what's
man?
up? Doing good, man. I'll stay in theme here with recruiting. I have some questions. So, like, is there any chance with some of the former people that we were recruiting, like David Sanders, DJ Pickett? Who was the white receiver that was really fast? That's going to do a mission for 2 years. Committed to.
Gallon Bear.
Yeah. There's another one.
Well, that's the receiver, the kid who's from Idaho who runs
Oh,
a 10-2.
yeah.
That's Gallon
Uh,
Bear.
Gatlin Bear, yeah.
He committed to
And
Oregon.
then what's up?
He committed to Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon. Well, and then there's Philip Wright the third. Like, do you think that there's any chance that now that we're an NIL player, that some of those recruitments could come back around?
Okay, so you have Gatlin Bear. Who else did you? I'm sorry, dude. Who else did you
Yeah,
mention outside of Gatlin Bear?
yeah. There was DJ Pickett.
Oh, okay,
Um,
no,
I, no,
no, I
David's.
don't think so. I don't think so. In terms of Gatlin Bear, DJ Pickett, no, I don't think so.
David
Because there.
Sanders. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wait, who else?
David Sanders
No,
committed to
no
Tennessee.
way. Because
No.
Tennessee, the money Tennessee offered David Sanders was insane. Nebraska literally said, "Okay, we're done. Like we can't go any higher." Ohio State too. And when you tell Ohio, when you have in Nebraska, for those who don't know, they got a motivated donor base. It's not like Michigan's right now, but they got some money. They can taste success with Raiola at quarterback. Um, both schools, because Tennessee went so aggressive with it, said, "Okay, we're done. We're going to bow out of this." So, and that's what we're kind of hoping LSU does, by the way. Um,
Do you know what
that's
they
why
offered David Sanders?
yeah. I'm sorry. What about David Sanders?
Do you know what they offered David Sanders?
I know what I've heard. I mean, here's the number I heard: 3 million. I don't know how accurate it is, though. I don't know how
Yeah.
accurate it is. I've heard they went all the way to 3 million with David Sanders, which is crazy for an offensive tackle. Now, do I know if that 3 million deal is spread out over 3 years? I don't know. I
Yeah.
like getting specific figures is very tough. Like
Right.
one figure I got a long time ago that I was good money was Hunter Dickinson's $1.2 million deal to Kansas. Like it's really hard to get
It
figures on
is.
this stuff, and it's very hard to know the donors' names too. Like they really do. A lot of them don't want to be known
Yeah. Yeah. That's where we're at. Like, if you look on three, you normally don't
unless you're
get.
Dave Portnoy.
Yeah. Like on three, you normally don't get the specifics. So, the other guy was Philip Wright, the third. Do you,
Yeah.
do you think if
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Derek Meadows, Philip Wright the
Yeah.
third, Andrew Marsh. Who's the other guy from Louisiana that we already have?
Jacob Washington, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
So
see.
I'm wondering about the
Jacob
Philip
Washington.
Wright the third thing.
So here's what I have heard. Bryce Underwood, Derek Meadows, for like that's the target. If they leave LSU and Sloan leaves to go to ECU, Philip Wright is potentially interested.
Yeah, he'd be a great gadget.
Yeah, no, that'd be insane. If you could get if now listen, I want to like just stress this. I don't put Philip Wright is not a name I need to hear more buzz before I get more
Right.
I'm not there on Philip Wright like I am on Derek Meadows and Bryce Underwood. Like that's concrete. I know we are aggressively pursuing there. Philip Wright, all I know is that there's a potential. There's a potential with him. Because if you could imagine, Jacob Washington, Derek Meadows, Andrew Marsh, and Philip Wright. The other wide receiver, though, that they are after, who we talked about before, is Jamar Browder, the commit from North Carolina State.
Right. Yeah.
He's a big body receiver. He's not to the caliber of any of these receivers we're talking about, though.
Yeah. On your tangent on Carter Smith earlier, isn't that just the way that the NIL era is going to be? And this was a transition into the NIL era. So if Michigan is in fact going to be a big player, like we're probably, not going to go after people like Carter Smith who are developmental unless we're taking a second quarterback, which if you get somebody, on the caliber of Bryce Underwood, you're probably not going to get your second guy at quarterback. So it is sad to see, it does feel very business-like and, void of emotion to take someone that helped develop your class, one, I don't know what the term, MVP of Florida 2 years in a row. And
Yeah, the Gatorade Player of the Year.
yeah. So that is sad to see that happen to him, but we're coming into the NIL era, and that's just it's part of the transition that you're going to have those recruitments that don't feel right. But in the future, you would have to assume that that wouldn't be the case.
Well, so there is. I would actually argue that actually is not the case, and I'll tell you why. So because the roster size is going from 85 to 105,
Yeah.
you are actually going to fill the end of your class with these developmental diamonds in the rough. You are going to actually, and get this, because there's revenue sharing now. These kids are getting paid. So here's some really good, this is actually really cool. So because we got revenue sharing now, and so once this kicks in 2025, your end of your roster guys are going to be getting financially compensated. So Michigan is going to be able to offer far more than a group of 5 school or a lower bottom power 5 or power 4 school, even on a revenue sharing compensation level.
Gotcha.
So you're going to still get these diamonds in the rough, and some of these kids will pop. Now, granted, it's going to be a tougher hill to climb because you're going to be getting the higher caliber athletes starting at a lot of these positions, especially the way. And I've said this before, guys, 2025 is exciting. Wait till 2026. They are financially prepared. Portal wise, they're financially prepared to replenish to the best of their ability. We'll see. I know we got to see the results. I don't disagree. But 2026 recruiting, we already have Brady Hart. Savion Hyder is already a Michigan. We're currently the leader of the number 1 running back in the 2026 class. We're not playing, bro. The Michigan's not playing right now.
Yeah. And I have no suspicion that we wouldn't get Brady Hart because, Underwood's probably going to be gone 2 years, max 3. So, Brady Hart's going to play. What do you think about that?
About Brady Hart?
Yeah.
So you would redshirt Brady Hart year 1. So you would get Bryce Underwood for 1 year. Redshirt Brady Hart. So then that's Bryce Underwood's second year. And then Brady Hart would still have 4 years of eligibility, right?
Yeah.
So after his redshirt year, he still has 4 years. He still has 4 years of eligibility. So he would just expend 1 to 2 years, possibly, if Bryce Underwood. So Bryce Underwood stays 3. After 2 years of eligibility, Brady Hart would still have 2 years remaining.
Yeah.
So that's fine though. That's because you got a quarterback develop. There's a lot of schools: Georgia, Ohio State, USC, Oklahoma previously. They fill their quarterback rooms, and then these kids do have 2 years to develop. So you don't run into what we have right now. Now, granted, this one thing, guys, we may lose, hopefully never ever, but we may lose a Joe Burrow or a Justin Fields, right? Like Georgia lost Justin Fields because they stuck with Jake Fromm. Ohio State lost Joe Burrow, right? because you're going to get this caliber of athlete. It could happen, but it's up to the coaching staff to make sure they identify the right guy.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And with the transfer portal era and the expansion to 100 players, like, would you really take a project quarterback, or would you do a transfer? And that's, I think, once we get into really big money, which that's coming down the pike, obviously, I think at this point that's going to happen. And then potentially when revenue sharing kicks in, you start to see the pressure to do the two power conferences. I just don't see another way other than that happening soon. So wouldn't, like, when that starts to happen, or if that starts to happen, wouldn't you recruit the transfer portal just as hard, or even harder, really, than you would recruitment?
Yeah, no, so this offseason there was a question. Let's see, was this one of the super chats? Yeah, so Supreme Man's and Emily, I'll get to you, but Supreme Man's asked this 2 hour super chat. How will they replace Kenneth Grant Mason? You're going to do that in the transfer portal. Now, granted, Rashawn Benny's going to be ready. He's going to be ready to start next year. So you don't have to replace two. You got to replace one, but you do need to make sure you have depth. Inaweta should be in a position to either push for a starting position or offer depth.
Right.
But they're going the portal. They're going to go very hard in the portal. Like Michigan is like, again, we are without question a top 10 NIL school, and we may be top 5. But for me
Yeah.
to confirm that and feel confident in saying that to all of you, I want to see the results just as much as you do. I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, we're top 5" until we land more of these top dogs. For
Right.
example, Owasu Boateng this weekend, land him. Shamari Earls, it's looking like we're going to land him. Bryce Underwood, close. Right?
Right.
Elijah Dotson, close. Brady Gompers, close. I need these elite players. Go get these elite players.
Right. And that's why EJ was saying 35%, because he wants to see it actually happen before he jumps on board. But you already covered that.
Yeah.
Um, so one last thing,
Yeah.
like, um, so I wonder if this is what Jim Harbaugh saw in Sharon Moore, that, last season, we had people reporting on, and Harbaugh probably even saying that, the players would always just kind of hang out in Sharon's office. Like, is this the guy to, like, marry Michigan to the new era of NIL, where you can have the connection with the players and build off of recruiting and transfer portal? Like, we've seen, like, the issues with the X's and the O's and the coaching problems, but, like, if you have the Jimmys and the Joes, you don't as much need the X's and O's. So, like, if you have, like, a stud team, and the X's and O's will come, obviously, but I don't know. I just wanted to bring that
Well,
up.
we'll find out if Sharon's the man for the job for that. We're gonna find out, Keegan. I don't know yet. Like, I'll say this:
Yeah.
am I uninspired with our current season's results? Absolutely. But do I?
Right.
But do I agree with the position that he had a rushed off season? All the top coaches were already taken when he had to assemble his staff. Harbaugh did raid the cupboard, right? So he was put in a position where he had to really have a shortened off season. I'm going to
Yeah.
give him an off season. I'm going to let Sharon Moore cook. He's going to get the talent now. He has the backing. Next year should be a better year. We'll find out. We'll find out, Keegan. But how about this, man? Give me your prediction for the game this weekend, and we'll get to our next caller here.
Yeah, I think, like logically, I would say something like 34-7, but, like, the Michigan fan in me, like, there's the pessimistic approach or there's the optimistic approach, and
Yeah.
I would say 24-21 Michigan.
Oh, there we go. All
Yeah,
right.
the
Well, let's
the
hope so, Keegan.
multiverse is back.
Yeah. Hey, if we win, get ready for this post game show because we're gonna go wild. If we lose, hey, we'll be here for it. Is what it is. We'll get through it. But thank you, Keegan, for calling in. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks for taking me.
Yeah, no problem, my friend. All right, we got these super chats here. All right, let's get it. We got Superman's wide receiver room might be loaded if we get Bryce. Yeah, well, hell yeah, running backs, tight ends are all going to want to come here. 2027, or I'm sorry, 2026 tight ends look very loaded for that class, for that position. And there's a bunch of them coming this weekend, by the way. Emily Robinson, can you get Philip right back? I wish I could get Philip right back. I'll tell you right now, if it again, I'm going to stress the focus is no question Underwood, Meadows. But if that class falls apart and they lose their cornerstone to their class, and listen, here's a dirty little open secret: Brian Kelly is not comfortable at LSU. He doesn't fit the culture. He was reaching out to Michigan last year through his agent about the job at Michigan. If the OC goes to East Carolina, you never know. Dominoes can definitely fall. Michigan, if they pull that off, I mean that'd be nuts. That'd be nuts. It'd be fantastic. Let's hope so. Supreme Mans with the $99. How will they replace? We talked about this. They are going to go listen, we're going to lose a lot of talent, a lot of first round talent. Their intent is to be very aggressive in the portal and identify the players who will fill the need. We'll find out. Again, we'll find out what they do. I do fully expect, though. Here's what I know. Here's something I can share. And this isn't Michigan doing something they can't do or that's illegal. This is very legal. There are agents. I've known about this since the end of September. There are agents reaching out to Michigan, gauging interest for the December portal for players who want to move. Now, this is not unique to Michigan. This is happening across college football. At the end of this is why you see kids redshirting. This is why you see kids dropping from their team. And you're going to start seeing kids making business decisions by not playing, things like that. There are the agents of these players, which is totally legal, are reaching out to these programs to gauge interest. So they know what they're going to be doing in December. That is happening as we speak. Michigan is in those conversations as we speak. Brian Turner would be awesome to call in. Hell yeah, we'll call in, my friend. Brian Turner, let's get it, my friend. You are more than welcome to call in. There is a call in. I think actually you're in. I see you. I'll get to you as quick as I can. Bleeding Blue, what's good, guys? Going to catch the replay. Go Blue. Recruiting is fire. Michigan shocks the world. 28, 27. Let's fucking go, bro. I hope. I know someone said I shouldn't swear. I apologize. I do swear. I try to be mindful, but it's in my nature. But I'll be mindful to the best of my ability. We got the $99 super sticker. Thank you, Ramez. We greatly appreciate it. I will update the banner here in a moment. We got our next caller, Wolverine Casual. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I have called in before, but I think I literally fell asleep last time. Just
you're
waiting
good,
on
man.
it. Yeah. I've been watching the show for a while. I really like you guys and John.
Thank you.
I'm kind of nervous. I think a lot of people are nervous about Bryce Underwood, mostly because, not only getting him specifically, but as you've kind of pointed out, like Meadows, I think Andrew Olesh, a lot of the guys in the class that are sort of undecided. I mean, it seems like it kind of pivots around getting this guy, and just keeping these guys is going to be tough if we don't have this kind of linchpin player like this. So, what's your level of concern that the class could kind of fall apart if we don't get this guy?
Well, I'll tell you this: we get him. The class is, I think we all know Ivan Taylor, Andrew Olesh are not going anywhere. All right, so I don't think the class. All right, so the only players. All right, so I don't think the class will fall apart, and here's why. The only players who are open right now or interested in looking is Ivan Taylor and Andrew Olesh. And Andrew Olesh really does not want to leave Michigan. He really likes Michigan. The biggest deciding factor with Andrew Olesh in Michigan is going to be the November notice of allegations. His family has been very public about their concern over this. Now they're not like concerned where it's like, oh my God, but they just want to make sure that nothing is going to be more serious than what's expected, which Michigan's seen the notice of allegations. They don't feel like it is. So I have confidence in Michigan regarding that. But Ivan Taylor is looking at Alabama. Keon Saab is personally recruiting Ivan Taylor right now. So that's something to be mindful of. I would say, but he had a great weekend this weekend. Okay. Like I'm not at the moment, I'm not worried about a flip at the moment. I'm not, but if we don't land Bryce Underwood, they do have a plan B in the sense of like they are extending scholarships to other very good quarterbacks right now. We'll see if there is another quarterback that kind of arises that becomes a name, but the focus is Bryce Underwood, period. And they are. But if they don't, here's what I do know: if they don't get Bryce Underwood, we are getting a portal quarterback. We will have a quarterback. We will have a very good quarterback starting for us next year. Financially, we will get one. I can assure that they are prepared to do that. The money going to Bryce, if they swing and miss, is going to somebody else. Like I promise they're going to land a big fish. Now Bryce obviously is a very unique player. Like, the word generational is tagged to him. I'm not claiming generational, but that is a term that is attached to Bryce Underwood. They say he's a better prospect than Raiola was. And if you watch his huddle tape, he is a very impressive prospect. So we'll see. Right now, my concern level for this class falling apart with or without Bryce Underwood is not high.
That's good. I just imagine,
especially with the NIL. Like, wow, no one's money's too good right now, man.
No, I mean that's true. I just imagine people like Andrew Marsh, where you've got a good receiver and he looks at the current product on the field without someone like Underwood to guarantee change, and it's like, just I'm a Michigan fan, but just to be honest, like, why the hell would you come here as a receiver if
well, I'll tell you why. You get Bryce Underwood, you come here, right? It require so like. You're talking about Andrew Marsh. Well, because Andrew Marsh believes in the vision, right? So the thing about Andrew Marsh, and we had Andrew Marsh on for an interview in the summer, and we also I know some people who are very close with Andrew Marsh, and he really believes in Michigan. He loves Michigan, but he really honestly loves the idea of playing early. And that's one of the things they sold to him is playing early. He loves that. And he also has faith. He has faith in Michigan that they're going to get a quarterback for next year. That's a big reason why he came here. And honestly, Michigan showed him the most love during the recruiting process, and they believed in him, and that matters to him. Andrew Marsh is a good kid. Like I know. There's a lot of concerns with potential, with all the money that these players, the culture change. Andrew Marsh fits the Michigan mold. He's a hard worker. He's a dog. He's just very talented, and he's honestly kind of humble. He's very humble, actually. If anyone wants to check out our interview with Andrew Marsh, I think we did it in July. We did do it in July. The kid's great. I mean, the kid is great. So, I mean, he believes in Michigan. It's like, why did JJ believe in Michigan when the offense was what it was? Because there's certain kids who believe in it,
That's awesome.
It's good, and it's good for us.
Yeah, like I love to hear that, because that would be my concern as a fan. Just, what exactly sets us apart? Like, why would you choose us? And those are all good reasons. But I actually want to push back a little bit on something that you were saying before, or like just kind of play devil's advocate a little bit. So you mentioned the Ole situation and the like notice of allegation stuff. I hope that the notice of allegations isn't very serious or whatever. But it is entirely in Michigan's interest to tell everybody, like the people, people who have sources on the inside, the recruits, whoever, that everything's going to be fine, because that's really the best case scenario for them developing recruits. And there's a kind of an honest question, which is like, how much can you trust those very biased, people who have a lot to lose, like, to be sort of honest about their level of concern about the notice of allegations?
Yeah, no, exactly. And that, like, if you have a kid who's going to be making a long-term life decision, it's completely understandable to be cautious, right? I mean, you can trust what you're hearing, and you can also believe the NCAA is on some bullshit at the same time. But at the same time, what is the NCAA going to do? We'll find out,
That's true. It's
but
not
I
just
mean,
the NOA.
So, but the good news is this: the notice of allegations comes out before signing day, so we're going to be fine. There's zero concern. I mean, I'll tell you this: like, I'm not going to say zero concern, but I will say this: I'm confident we're going to be fine. And the reason I'm not just saying that on some biased Michigan perspective. I'd be very honest. Like, anyone who watches our show knows, like, I don't bullshit. I'll call it like I see it, and if we're not, if we, if there's an issue, I'd bring it to the table. But Michigan does feel confident about it. They're not concerned. There's a reason why Sharon Moore says I look forward to my text messages being public. It's not even just that either. It's like they got the notice of allegations, and there is a quiet confidence out of Michigan that they're not worried about it. And I'll tell you this, guys, if Michigan was worried about these notice of allegations, the recruiting and the donors and all of that wouldn't be as all in right now. Okay, they'd be putting that money towards some lawyers. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But at the same time, Michigan has the NOA. Like they could release it. And there's a kind of a question, like someone like Andrew Olesh isn't sure. I guess you
can't release it. What are you talking about? Why would you say we could release the notice of allegations?
Why can't we release the notice of allegations?
Because the NCAA would fucking kill us. What do you mean? You have to respond in accordance. Like if you release it, so the NCAA has it where like you are not allowed to publicly discuss it until this is why Michigan always says I can't comment on it, because if they discuss this publicly, the NCAA will come 10 times harder on their ass. They are not, until it is resolved, they cannot discuss this publicly. So they cannot release their
even though you can ask for it under the Freedom of Information Act, Michigan still isn't allowed to disclose it.
No, because even if you ask for it, it's an ongoing investigation. Like, why do you think no one has it right now? No one has it. You don't think a newspaper's tried to get it?
Or any of the
articles? Huh?
I assume that they have.
No, so the only notice of allegations that came out was the one for Burgergate, but Signgate, that is not out. That is not public.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they weren't allowed.
Yeah, there's two we're dealing with. One has been resolved. The other one we're still dealing with.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that we weren't allowed to release it. That's.
No. We got to be now. The NCAA can talk all the shit and release all their shit to little P. Thamel toe. I mean, he seems to get all the leaks in the world, but yeah, I don't know. Michigan's got to play ball.
The third question I had for you is, so for this 5 families, whatever, is this money like earmarked for Underwood? Like you're talking about $10 million. That's a lot of money that you could spread around to. I mean, historically, like look at DJ, whoever I can't pronounce his last name. Their quarterbacks can miss. Like even generational quarterbacks can miss. And so is it not a better idea to take that $10 million and spread it around, or do we lose that $10 million if we don't get Underwood?
So, all right, look, it's a good question you have here. So here's the reality of the situation. The $10 million, the Underwood and the Underwood negotiations are a completely separate budget from Michigan's NIL and its revenue sharing. They have revenue sharing that the school is going to present to the players in 2025. That number is not confirmed yet, but it's apparently going to be a high-end number. They have and I won't even get it. I've talked about that. If someone wants to ask about it, we can get into it, but I'll move forward. And then the other budget is the NIL collective. This is through the collectives. That is another budget into its own, and that is what all the other players are. That's the pot that they're dipping in. This is what the Shamari Earls and the Andrew Babaloas. That's their pot. There is a separate group of donors who are literally creating a separate budget for just Underwood. So this money has absolutely nothing to do with anything else Michigan is doing. They are aggressive and focused, and they want Underwood. That's what they want. They don't give a shit. They want Underwood. That's really what it is. Like they're willing to do whatever it takes to get him. And that's why there's such a confidence out of Ann Arbor about this situation. And that is why Sam Webb feels as good as he does, because he knows this, and his source is the agent to Bryce Underwood. So that's why if anyone wants to know why Sam Webb feels so confident, he's got as much in as anybody on this right now.
That makes me really want Underwood, because you're basically saying that if we get Underwood, our team is like $10 million more talented. And if we don't, that $10 million kind of goes away.
No, because if we don't land Underwood, they will allocate that money to another quarterback. It's not like Underwood I'm taking my money and I'm going home. It's just a
quarterback specifically.
Yeah, they're looking for the cornerstone player of the team. They're looking for the next JJ is what they're looking for.
I see.
They want someone to build the team around.
If they just called up like Tavian St. Clair and were like, hey, you want $9 million to not play for OSU? Or is that not really what they're looking to do?
I mean, quite honestly, I think they're after other, screw that. I mean, forget those guys. I mean, like there's plenty of prospects out there. You don't even got to do that shit. Like you can just, there's so much talent out there that you could pluck. Why go after OSU's guys? But I hear you. If you want to be spiteful, I mean, maybe there's a donor out there who's like, F those guys. Let's just do it. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, no. And then for like I guess the other kind of question is for the transfer portal, it just seems like if you look at teams like OSU who, they've gotten so much value out of the transfer portal in the form of Caleb Downs, in the form of, Seth McLaughlin's playing really well. Like, he was shit in the Michigan game, but he's been playing well and grading out high. And I know you don't like Will Howard, but I think he's playing well.
No. I don't like Will Howard, but he's playing solid. I mean, he's solid. He's doing what he needs to do right now. I mean, I don't, I'm not the biggest Will Howard fan. I think if Will Howard doesn't have the supporting cast, he's more exposed. He's pretty protected with what he's got with all these weapons.
Oh yeah, there was like some statistic today that he's seen the least pressures of any quarterback. And yeah, if you're going to sit in the pocket on, not under siege, it's a lot easier to be a good quarterback. But my point is just that recruiting out of high school seems really hit or miss. Transferring in college. Oh, and of course, they're fucking running back. Sorry, I shouldn't curse either.
You're good.
But my kind of point is that it seems like a much safer way to go is to basically poach players out of other teams. Just go to the player, say, we will pay you this XYZ, like all Big Ten, first player, sophomore, we will pay you X dollars to enter the transfer portal and come to Michigan. That seems like a lot safer of a way to sort of invest your money. So what is sort of the thinking behind the amount of money that you devote just to the transfer portal, which is something that'll happen later after the recruiting class is built versus how much money do you save for that versus how much money do you spend now?
They're already building their portal budget. Their portal budget's already being built. So the reason why you go after Bryce Underwood is because, like I said, he's the term generational is not thrown around loosely here. Underwood, and I got some shit. This is so funny. I got some shit in one of my recruiting. I had a recruiting video like 2 days ago, and this guy's like, "Oh, how can you say Bryce Underwood's the first overall pick in the draft?" So Bryce Underwood, for those who don't know, is projected to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. And he has been projected to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft 2 years in a row. And then you may say, how can you say that? Because the way these recruiting services use their rankings, for anyone who's unfamiliar with their ranking system, when you are the number 1 overall pick in a class, they are projecting you to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Any 5-star who is in a recruiting class is considered a first-round day 1 draft pick. They grade these kids off of NFL potential, not college. That is the flaw. I believe it's a flaw in the ranking system. I believe players should be ranked for college potential, but they don't rank kids for college potential. They rank kids for NFL potential. And that is why Bryce Underwood is ranked first overall in the class, and he would have been first overall last year. So that's why, because he is considered generational and a first pick NFL player. Like he's a 6'5" dual threat player who's accurate with an arm. Like that's so rare. Like we're talking about the potential of a Lamar Jackson-esque player here, who's already more polished in terms of throwing than Lamar Jackson was his senior year. Now, I'm not saying he's Lamar Jackson. I don't want to overhype it, but I mean, I guess when you're the first overall pick, there's a lot of hype. But like we're talking about this caliber of athlete here.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're just getting me hyped up about Bryce Underwood. So how much do we have to pay this guy to come to Michigan over LSU? Like what is the number? Yeah, I mean, it's an impossible question. Like how much more do
I don't know these. I do not know the exact number. I don't know, but I do know the number that was thrown out there is 5 million is low.
My God, this is a crazy time.
I know that Michigan is smoking LSU's offer. I know that, but I also know that it appears that LSU is currently building resources to counter. Now, does that even mean they match Michigan's offer, or does that mean they get almost, or does that mean they're a couple million away? I don't know what it means. I don't have that information, right? I just know that Michigan's offer is so far beyond LSU's. It's really making Bryce Underwood realize the money's so damn good. The offer is so damn good. Michigan's like almost an obvious choice right now. That's why it's such a tough decision for him, and that's why the buzz is picked up.
Like you can, like if this money is like money in the bank, like if you cannot pan out, like $2 million more in your pocket is $2 million more in your pocket. Man, I hope he comes.
Yeah, we'll see, Wolverine. But hey, let me get your prediction for the. We'll see, my friend. We'll find out. We'll find out together. The name to watch right now is Shamari Rose. Pay attention to that. It could be today. It could be tomorrow. If he commits, guys, let me know in the chat. Be on the lookout for that. But let me get your prediction for this weekend, my friend.
Oh, you're not gonna like it.
I'm gonna say
42-14 42-10 Oregon.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not to be look. Listen,
Yeah.
we had I can't remember his name, but we had the guy from Locked On Oregon on our show Tuesday. I didn't predict us to win, so I understand, man. It's all good. Hey, we'll get through it. But
Yeah,
all right,
thanks
my
for
friend,
having
we'll
me.
talk, and hopefully I'll hear from you on the postgame show.
Yeah, man.
All right, peace out, bro. Go Blue. All right, let's get to these super chats. Sorry to leave you guys hanging. Let's get to these callers too. Thank you for hanging on, everybody. We got Ramez with the $1.99 super sticker. Shout out to my friend Greg, by the way. He's in the chat. I see you, bro. Antoine King, $1.99 super chat. Will the Underwood decision happen for National Signing Day? Ooh. They're pushing to close. I don't know when it'll happen though, but they're pushing to close. They don't want it, they don't want it to go to National Signing Day. And if it does go to National Signing Day, it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means they are looking to close. Just like Andrew Babaloa, right? They wanted to close him in perfect example. Andrew Babaloa. They were trying to close him before August. He pushed it to August 12th. He pushed it again. He pushed it to the end of August. Then he pushed it to like the second week of September. He kept pushing. We still got Andrew Babaloa. This is what it is. I mean, this is recruiting. You literally have 5 weeks until signing day. If I'm Underwood, I'm waiting until signing day. But hopefully he's not listening to me. Don't listen to me, Underwood. Commit tomorrow. But we got Dean B. You became a member. Thank you for coming. Those who stay member, we greatly appreciate you. Enjoy the emojis. You see any Buckeyes in the chat, throw a cheeseburger at them. Let them know Crying Ryan's there. And we have our monthly hangout third Monday of every month. So be on the lookout for that. We'll keep everybody posted on that. Antoine King with the $1.99 super chat. Do you think we get new coordinators next year? Yeah, I don't think we return with the same coordinators unless something miraculous happens in the last so many games in the season. If something crazy happens where we look like we're amazing, then yeah. But I think there's a change of coordinators. I think Kirk Campbell is. I don't think it looks good for Kirk Campbell. We got Texas Wolverine with the $20 super chat. Thank you, man. I'm just tired of all the U of M fans whining all day. Like, chill, shut up. Trust the process. Give Sharon one off season. Also, TJ and John are the best. Let's be thankful. Let's go blue. Buckle up. Thank you, Texas Wolverine. Appreciate it. Appreciate your Halloween costume with your dog. Yeah, no, I agree, man. I'll just say I agree we are the best. No, but I'm just kidding. But I agree, guys. Patience is key here. Like on social media, if anyone follows me on social media and I talk with everybody. People want it to happen now, but patience, just allow it to play out. Michigan, the boys are cooking. Okay, they are cooking. They are working. I mean, you guys saw how quick did this Shamari Earl stuff happen? Owasu Boateng, who saw it coming? Did anyone see this visit coming? Because that shit just got announced yesterday. They're Michigan as of the end of September is so focused right now and so aggressive. It's a new era, boys. It's a new era. Enjoy the show because it's gonna be a good fun ride. We're gonna be all right. It's the Michigan's. I have a lot of confidence in what Michigan's doing right now. So shout out to Michigan. Let's let the boys cook. Zay, it says your device is not connected, so we're gonna go to our boy Kinetic. What is up, Kinetic? My good friend, how you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. What's the word, dude?
Oh man, I'm not been the biggest fan of going after Underwood, and I'll be honest, man. I'm pretty upset over losing Carter Smith on it, man. I really like the guy.
Yeah.
For me, it's about the mental aspect of it. I know Underwood is physically talented, but I worry that he's being a money first player. He's not going to be coming here adopting the mindset, the culture, the way that Carter Smith would. I'd take the guy that wants to be here regardless of the money over the guy that only listens because we offer money.
Okay. So here's the thing, though. See, I'm not Kinetic. Just so you know, I'm not mad at you, bro, for your position on this. I get it. Okay. So here's the thing about Carter Smith, guys. Do you want another year of a quarterback room like this? Because Carter Smith falls in the same bucket as an Alex Orji, guys. He's just a very good athlete, which is why his ranking is so high. His throwing mechanics are awful, guys. They're awful. It's not good. He's so inaccurate.
So
he's not. Go on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So I remember when he first committed. I don't remember if it was on your show or what show it was, but people were saying that he was basically at the same point in his high school career. He was every bit the QB that JJ was at the same point in his in high school.
Wait,
Is that?
I'm gonna be so Kinetic. Forgive me,
No,
Keegan
you're good.
decided to be a distraction. Keegan with the $100 super
Oh, wow.
chat. So
Go
I
Keegan.
appreciate Keegan. Keegan trying to let Wolverine Nation just know, believe, trust the process here. Thank you, Keegan. The boys. I'm gonna get back to Keegan here, but
Yeah, you're good.
yeah, we got Keegan. Everyone give Keegan some love here, man. Thank you. Keegan, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate this contribution. Thank you so much, my friend. So I'm gonna leave that up there because we do greatly appreciate you. Kinetic, please re-ask your question. Keegan unfortunately distracted me.
No, you're good. I didn't ask it very well to begin with. So like I remember when Carter Smith first committed, right? And I remember hearing analysts. I don't remember if it was on your show or what show it was on. Too far back, I don't remember. But people were saying that he's basically JJ McCarthy, and where he was at in with his skill set at that point in his career. So
No
did
way.
that fall off? Was that a miss? Were they wrong? Like what happened?
Kinetic. Carter Smith was never on the level of JJ. JJ, and just so you know, all good, bro. Like all good. Like so JJ, when he was coming out of Illinois, I'm trying to remember his high school. He transferred to IMG during COVID, but he was Illinois.
One in Illinois.
Tyler Morris went there. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, here's the deal. When JJ was coming out of high school, or when he was coming up as a sophomore, getting his rankings, he was a 5-star, top 10 player in his class. Carter Smith has never been a 5-star. And the thing about Carter Smith that is appealing is he has this dual threat athletic profile. He's physical, he's aggressive, but his throwing mechanics, listen, JJ's throwing mechanics when he was younger was like extremely good. His arm talent was elite. Carter Smith's arm talent is nowhere. Jaden Davis's arm talent is worlds above Carter Smith's, and we see what's going on with Jaden Davis. So, like, I guess that's one of the best things I can. If we look at Jaden Davis, right, and he's not ready, right, and there's just so everyone knows on Jaden Davis, and I am a Jaden Davis fan. I'm not trying to knock the kid. I do like Jaden Davis. I think Jaden Davis is going to be a pretty solid college quarterback when he's ready. But there's talk that he won't even be ready for next year. He has that much development in his body and throwing mechanics before he's even fully ready.
Right.
So if you have a high school prospect of that level, right, and then you add a Carter Smith who's nowhere even near that in terms of throwing, I'm telling you guys, like Carter Smith, guys, I'm going to be like, he at best year 3, and we would hope and wish he was ready. He's not. I'm telling you, Carter Smith is not someone we can trust for the future of the program. And also want to say this: if his family happens to be watching, like, it's all love, okay? Like, his dad was on one of my comments, so I kind of felt bad, but
yeah. I mean, I just everything I saw on the kid, I actually liked. Like, I got excited watching his highlight tape and whatnot. I got excited for him. But okay, so before all the Bryce Underwood stuff started popping up, I sort of saw it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw it as we were going to go hard in the portal to get the best portal quarterback that's there this winter. He was going to come in and probably compete with Jaden Davis for next year, while Carter Smith redshirted, and then we got Brady Hart coming in the year after that, right?
yeah,
okay,
yeah. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on. No, so look. The reality is this: if Jaden, again, the belief out of Ann Arbor, and he's not, Jaden Davis would not be ready next year. Now, that was the hope when we got him, that he'd be ready by his sophomore year. Okay, but coming into this, it was Nazareth. Shout out to you, thank you very much. It was Nazareth. You're right. That was the high school that JJ went to with Tyler Morris. He also went to Nazareth. Yeah. So okay. So all right. So coming out of high school, we were hoping it'd be like a 1-year development. He'd be ready to go as a sophomore or a redshirt freshman. But since he went through fall camp, even though he enrolled early, even though he was a part of bowl practice and went through all of that, and he got spring ball in and everything, it appears that they believe even he's not. They don't think he's gonna be ready for next year.
Okay.
So then the thing would be is okay. Then you would need to get a portal quarterback to stopgap yourself to Brady Hart, who would likely redshirt his freshman year as well. Even though Brady Hart's a very good talent. Brady Hart is another quarterback who will be a 5-star when he's. Trevor Lawrence Jr. is the archetype. That's what everyone says. Even Clemson tried pitching Trevor Lawrence Jr. to him. Brady Hart's legit. So you get Bryce Underwood, you get Brady Hart. Every kid and their mom's going to want to come to Michigan.
Now,
all the wide receivers, all the running backs.
Is there going to be any residual effect on Brady Hart with Carter Smith decommitting, since he was part of the recruitment to get Brady to begin with?
We will have, okay, so as it stands, I don't think so, but I will tell you, he visits this weekend. We will know so much more out of we will know a lot more out of this weekend. Once this weekend goes by, we will know. I think Brady Hart would stick it out because it still aligns. Like even if Bryce Underwood comes in as a freshman, right?
Oh yeah. I don't see any conflict.
Bryce Underwood's freshman year is going to be Brady Hart's senior year. Okay. Then Bryce Underwood's second year is going to be Brady Hart's redshirt year.
Right.
Right. And then Bryce Underwood's third year, and then he goes to the NFL draft after 3 years, right? He's in the NFL. Bryce Underwood would then be a sophomore. He'd be ready his junior year with 3 years of eligibility. He'd have 3 years of eligibility. He'd be fine.
So I've got two scenarios I want to ask you about here, because the thing that really concerned me, and now it's scaring me because it feels like it's coming to fruition, is that we started pursuing Bryce Underwood, and that makes us lose Carter Smith. That's happened now. If he drags this out to National Signing Day, which is still in February, right?
Yeah.
Which, from my understanding, with it being a bidding war, it seems to me that it would be in his interest to drag it out as far as he can.
I don't think. All right. So I'm assuming here. I am assuming, but I think I think it's gonna be resolved December or sooner.
Okay, but let's assume for a second, because this is my fear. Let's assume for a second it does drag out.
Okay.
We're not getting a portal QB while they don't know if Underwood's coming. So if we miss on the winter portal, just to turn around and him to choose LSU in February, where does that leave us?
Okay, so here's the deal. Underwood's looking to be an early enrollee, so that won't happen.
Okay.
And I think that's true. Yeah. So we got other people confirming that. So this is not a concern. It will be a December. It will be a December.
So even if he stays with LSU, we're still going to have a chance to get someone out of the portal, like a top tier quarterback.
Yeah, but they're already planning plan Bs in case Underwood doesn't come. They're already reaching out to quarterbacks, high level quarterbacks. I don't have those names because I just saw the scholarship offers before I got on here, but they're already reaching out to like top 100 quarterbacks right now as backup plans because Carter Smith's gone. So they're going. Listen, here's the plan. Here, if Underwood happens to not choose Michigan, they are looking to land another recruit quarterback and a portal quarterback. Okay. If Bryce Underwood does commit, they are looking to get Bryce Underwood and a older quarterback, a Jack Tuttle-esque quarterback with experience, to then at least add experience to the room. So like they are going to stock the quarterback room. They're going to completely remodel the quarterback room. And the hope is that Brady Hart will be a part of it in the future.
Okay. So earlier, I think it was Keegan or one of the callers was asking about Philip Wright. Yes. Does Michigan still have that policy where they won't revisit someone who decommits? No. Or would they make an exception in this case if
that
dominoes fall?
That policy is only in effect if a player totally burns them. Like for example, Nate Marshall.
Gotcha.
If a player burns them and does not keep them informed, like if a kid's like, hey, I want to go to LSU. If they inform the staff and they allow the staff to counter and like talk to them and try and bring them back, Michigan maintains relationships with these kids because the hope is they're going to get them in the portal if they don't get them at signing day. Now, if you're a kid who says, oh, I'm all Michigan, I'm a Michigan man, go blue, and then it's a freaking Tuesday and now you're committed to Auburn and the coaching staff's like, what? You're done. Michigan, that's where the policy comes in. They will not reach back out to you no matter how hard you try. So Yeah, that the Michigan has a very strict policy on players who burn them. If you burn them like that, they have no interest in you. If you are
So-
willing to be transparent in your process, they will keep a relationship with you.
So even if they've decommitted, as long as they did it in good faith and did it the right way,
Right.
then they're still on the table if things change.
Absolutely, because they also know the portal is a real thing. Domani Jackson's an example. Domani Jackson's somebody Dante Moore. These are players they tried to get in the portal this past December. Even though the same result happened, right? They went elsewhere. But at the end of the day, no, they still maintain relationships. There's no issue there. By my understanding, the Philip Wright separation was they knew Philip, get this. Okay. I don't know if you know this, Kinetic. In terms of the Philip Wright, when LSU found out that he was getting ready to commit to Michigan, LSU gave him a pretty good NIL offer.
Yeah, I
And
remember
he
hearing
still
about it, but I
visited-
didn't know the details.
Yeah, they gave him a pretty good NIL offer when Michigan was not ready to offer that type of compensation. And he still visited Michigan and committed. And then he stuck it out for a little while, but LSU kept getting more aggressive, more aggressive. It's the hometown school. He goes to a pipeline. His high school is a pipeline to LSU. A lot of top wide receivers come out of there. Like I believe Jamar Chase went to his high school, stuff like that. They go to LSU. So the pressure, and not only that, the LSU was his dream school. Essentially, he let Michigan know LSU's coming really hard. This is the situation, and then he just went to LSU. But Michigan was well aware of the entire process.
So, do you know if there were bridges burned with the Carter Smith decommitment?
I think Michigan understands. I don't know. I don't know, but I think. Well, they told Michigan over the weekend that they still wanted to be a part of the class, and then he decommitted. But I mean, I think Kirk Campbell was trying to keep Carter Smith in the class. I think I'll be real with you, man. I think we all understand. I think if people don't understand why Carter Smith backed out, then I don't think you're. It's not because Carter Smith's not a good kid. It's because
not at all.
It's a tough situation for a kid, a senior in high school, man. I mean, that's tough. Your dream that you visualized going to the school for like a year and a half, every day waking up wearing Michigan gear, and they just chose somebody over you. I mean, that kid's crushed, man.
Yeah. No, I 100%. I mean, I still support the kid. I'm just wondering if things do go south. Are there bridges burned, or do you think he would still be able to be revisited at a later time, whether it's through portal or whatever?
Yeah, I don't think it's burned. I don't think so, but I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I don't think it is. But I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But how about this, Kinetic? Let me get your prediction for the game this weekend.
Man, I hate to say it, but you know what? I'm gonna do this because when I predicted us to win, we lost, and when I predicted us to lose for the first time ever, we beat MSU. So I'm gonna say Oregon's gonna win 34-17.
Okay, I think that was my prediction was 30. I might have had 31-17. So I get it, man. I get it. Hopefully we're wrong though. Hopefully Michigan proves our asses wrong and they get the dub. Thank you, Kinetic, for calling in, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm sure I'll hear from you. Go Blue, my friend.
Go Blue, man. I'll see you on Monday.
Yes, sir. Oh shit, he will. Yes, for those who don't know, yes, I will. I'll be on May's Madman show on Monday. Kinetic, I know he's on there all the time, so I'm sure I'll see him there. And I think May's Madman's in the chat. I know my man Johnny Olden's in the chat. Shout out Johnny. Shout out May's Madman. Shout out to all my friends out here. Okay, let's see what. All right, again, Keegan. Salute you, man. Appreciate you. Detroit Kyle. Do you believe? And we'll get to the next caller. Our good friend Keith is next. All right. Do you believe that Earls is a consensus 5-star? If he was not injured for his senior season, guys, chill on the Carter situation. If you want a Ferrari, you got to go pay the price tag. You want a Honda, you do the math. I mean, bars. Detroit Kyle's letting everybody. I mean, he's not wrong, man. And I think Shamar Earls is a 5-star caliber corner. Yes, I do. And the reason, so he's right. So he's dealing with, I believe it was an ankle injury, but he's now, he might be 100%. If he's not 100%, he's training right now. I've seen some film of him on the field doing some drills. Shamar, guys, Jaden Sanders and Shamar Earls, this cornerback duo, I can't imagine. I don't even know the last time we landed cornerbacks, 2 corners of this caliber. The last time we tried to do this was Will Johnson and Domani Jackson. Now, I will say this: Domani and Will were a slight. They were a step above, but these 2 guys are elite. They're still elite. They're still elite, but I mean, Will Johnson's almost maybe a top 5 pick. Definitely top 10. So I mean, like, you know, that's as elite as it gets. And then we got 89 Dr. Funk, $10. What is the pitch to Bryce Underwood in regards to the offensive coaching staff and development? I saw LSU coaching staff come up to Bryce Underwood's playoff game too. So this is the pitch. We want to build the team around you. We want you to start your freshman year. We are going to adapt and evolve the offensive play system to fit you, and we are going to get you weapons. Not only are we going to get you weapons, we're going to supply you with a team full of talent, which is why you see, by the way, okay. It's why you see so many kids committing right now, because they are trying to load up the class to prove to Underwood we are building you a roster full of talent. This is why, surprise, Owasu Boateng is on a visit. Surprise, you got Bradley Gompers visiting last weekend. You have these elite kids showing up now because Michigan's making calls like, okay, we got to field an elite class. We show him we're landing these kids. There's also some things going on behind the scenes with some of these recruits. For example, Derek Meadows. For example, Elijah Dotson. There might be another one. I don't know. I got to confirm it before I'm not going to say it publicly. There might be another one. Be on the lookout. But yeah. Michigan is I've heard a name that's rumored that I got to confirm before I bring it publicly. But and it's not Philip Wright. But yeah, I mean, listen, Michigan is looking to load the class for Bryce Underwood, give him the most talent he can have. And guys, even I want to stress this. I know I've said this, but I'll say it again for those who are new watching. They are not just crushing the 25 recruiting class. They're going to crush the portal. Like, this is not a 25 recruiting class. We're done. This is a now 25 recruiting class done. Next portal loaded up. Oh, portal's done. Spring portal loaded up. Oh, 26 class. I want it better than 25, and they really do want it better than 20. So if you guys think 25 is good and it's going good, I'm telling you, 26. They are so serious about 26. I've stressed that a lot to our community. John Martin here with the $1.99 super chat. Are we going to start the redshirt QB next year? You're referring to Jaden Davis. Word is I'm just gonna say he might not be ready. I'm not gonna draw any conclusions because it's October. But there's a belief that they wanna load up the room and create more healthy competition. Let's just say that. Keith Rebar, my good friend, how are you?
Oh, it's good to talk to you, old buddy.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit. I don't like hearing talk about our offense sucking, blowing, no good.
Yeah.
I'd like to say we're a quarterback away, maybe a quarterback, a receiver, and a lineman away from having a serviceable offense.
Oh, I agree. No, I don't think anyone disagrees with you, Keith. If we are 100% a quarterback, a wide receiver, and a right tackle away from being a pretty potentially average to above average offense. I don't disagree with that at all, Keith. But as it stands, our offense isn't very good, Keith. I mean, do you disagree?
Yes, I would say it's struggling.
Yeah, it's struggling. I think struggling is a very nice way to put it, Keith.
I like the way Warren is moving his head. He's not zeroing in on receivers. And we have a tough schedule this year, but if we had a schedule like last year, maybe we could see him getting up to 300, maybe even 400 yards. I think he's got some potential. Unfortunately, he's learning as he's going. He's been in the program so long and just hasn't had the playing time.
Yeah, so those who don't know, I just looked. We're ranked 122nd in college football for offense.
Right. And you know what? 130 yards in a win that'll beat Michigan State, but it's not going to beat too many Oregons or Ohio States. And but we can hang in there. For those that say who would want to come to this offense, what receivers would want to come to this offense, I've got 3 names for you. I've got 4 names: Nico Collins, Braylon Edwards, Desmond Howard, and Anthony Carter. When a big time receiver comes into this program, they can win the Heisman.
Yeah, but Keith, all right, Desmond Howard, yeah. Look, but we have a different coaching staff. We have a new head coach. We have a different coordinator. It's a different era of football. Like, so it's not transferable, right? Like, can a Heisman wide receiver exist at Michigan? Absolutely, right?
Right.
But at the same time, right now, Keith, all right, why? Here, I'll answer for you, Keith. Why would an elite wide receiver come here? Because they're going to start and they're going to be the difference maker. They are selling them. They are selling them that you are going to be the change at Michigan, right?
Right.
So, yeah. So I mean, and then you land an elite quarterback. That is how you do it, right? You get the elite quarterback. You be like, okay, now we're going to get you the weapons. You guys are going to be the difference makers. You're going to turn this program around. We're not going to be just run, throw 8 yards, hope for a first down. That's not going to be our offense anymore. Michigan is looking to be a balanced attack offensively and running with a power run game. A power run game with a very dangerous air attack. That is the vision. They always talk about this balanced attack. I do believe Sharon wants it. I think Sharon's working very hard to achieve it too. Obviously, we can see it with our recruits we're going after.
Yep. But let's take a look at Braylon Edwards, who I think was our most dominant receiver we've had in my lifetime. It didn't matter who the OC was with Braylon Edwards. Braylon Edwards was so dominant that he would separate and beat defenders, and all he had to have was a decent quarterback to hit him 3 to 5 yards open. And if we get this Meadows guy and he's that good, and honestly, I've only seen. Are you still there,
Yeah,
TJ?
I'm still here, man.
Okay,
yeah,
good. All right, so I've only seen a few plays of him, but to me, Meadows looks more dominant than Underwood does. And if this is another Kyle McCord, Marvin Harrison Jr. scenario where the quarterback looks good, maybe because the receiver, if we end up with Meadows, all's good in the big blue.
Yeah, no, Meadows is an elite talent that you would put on and listen, I know Donovan Peoples-Jones did not ever truly develop into what he should have been, but Nico Collins did. But unfortunately, the offense limited Nico Collins. Right now, you see him in the NFL, arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL, right? One of them. You know, I mean, I think Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson would argue that, but he's still one of the top receivers in the NFL. Derek Meadows, 5-star wide receiver Derek Meadows, he's on the level of, again, he is projected to be a first-round talent. So yeah, you get Derek Meadows, we're cooking. We're cooking. He could definitely be the next great wide receiver in Michigan.
You know how they're marketing? The biggest marketing tool they have for Underwood and Meadows is to look at JJ and Roman Wilson at the beginning of last year. Now in 22, the main sports media were all saying that JJ just didn't have the chance to throw, and Michigan should have developed him as a thrower earlier in the year so that he would have been more effective later in the year.
Right.
And Michigan took up that challenge, and Sharon Moore was the OC, and Kirk Campbell was the quarterback's coach, and they had JJ and Roman Wilson, the leading combination. They had 10 touchdowns in the first 3 or 4 games. And they were leading the nation. And going into the Penn State game, they gave JJ so many chances to throw the ball that he was the betting favorite, not the sports writers voting favorite, but the betting favorite to win the Heisman when you looked at his numbers in terms of accuracy, yards, touchdowns. He was actually atop the betting odds for a week until that Penn State game when he only threw 8 times. Everybody else passed him. So Michigan, when they put their mind to throwing the ball, they can throw the ball.
Yeah. Well, Michigan's got to evolve the offense right now, and they gotta get a coordinator. The big key for Michigan, it's not just Bryce Underwood, Derek Meadows, right? The big thing for Michigan is going to be who's going to be the mastermind, who's going to be the architect of this offense. I do expect, and I don't know yet, but I do expect this. If Michigan is this all in on the recruiting, you better believe the coaching budget's about to be nuts. I assure you that the coaching budget's about to be nuts because the way that they are financially structuring themselves for not just 25, like I said, they are already got money allocated for the portal. They are already financially allocating for 2026. Like Michigan, like I should read this post. I'm not going to do it, but there's some buzz in the collective space right now about Michigan. Michigan has collectives on their heels right now because what Michigan, like with, you know how like PJ Fleck talks about a sleeping giant with Minnesota?
Yep.
Well, the giant has awoken at Michigan and it's pissed. And financially, it's arguably the most powerful force in college football. You know, yeah, Oregon's pretty loaded with Phil Knight, no disagreement. Okay, but Michigan's got a lot of, we know this, and a lot of them are very motivated right now. Let's put it that way. Like Michigan is a real problem. I'm real interested to see us start winning and how Ohio State takes it, because they're not going to like us playing ball with them in terms of outspending people and getting the top talent.
Right. Well, I've heard for at least a few years out of the last 20, and I think it's pretty consistent, that southeastern Michigan is the best area in the country to start a business. And that makes for a lot of successful donors to the Michigan program, being that it's a lot of those businesses are started by U of M alum. And so
yeah, but Michigan, I mean, but here's the thing though, the alumni are global, Keith. I mean, the alumni base is the largest global network in the world.
Yes, but most of our alumni are in the Metro Detroit area.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd need to see the numbers, but even globally, nationally, the Michigan alumni base is insane. I mean, like, what's the alumni in New York, Chicago?
Well,
Texas.
how about the alumni at NASA? I think it was Apollo 12 was an all Michigan crew.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, maybe, Keith. I'd have to look into it, but it's interesting. Michigan is a damn power, Keith. But how about this, man? Keith, I am interested to know, what do you think the score is going to be this weekend?
Oh, I'm a realist like all of us, and like a lot of the others, and I'm going to probably be a little bit harsher because I think Oregon is Michigan of last year. They've got that big DT that played for Michigan State last year. They look like Michigan of last year, and the rational side of me says 38 to 13, Oregon. But the blue fan side of me says 28 to 21, Michigan.
There you go. Hey, before I let you go, Keith, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
What's your thoughts on Jack Tuttle's retirement, man? And I mean that like respectfully. Like, when that happened, I was like, I wonder what Keith thinks. So, what's your thoughts on Jack Tuttle retiring? And for those who don't know, hold on, let me set the stage for all of our new viewers. For those who don't know, Keith is the leader of the Jack Tuttle fan club. He was on Jack Tuttle's side the entire offseason, all the way into the season. Then Jack Tuttle finally got his opportunity, and he made a bunch of us converters. And unfortunately, the hero didn't get the end of the story he really wanted, and obviously he he retired from football. So I'm curious, Keith, like what do you think about that? Was that shocking? Like, it was shocking to me. What did you think about it?
It was shocking to me too. I didn't realize he was hurt that bad, and they were saying his elbow was in real bad shape for that game, and maybe that's why he had a hard time protecting the ball when he was getting strip sacked. strip tackled, and it looked like that. And I noticed in that Michigan State game they whacked him a couple times, and he was shaking his head. I could see that it didn't take much. He really didn't look like he was a healthy quarterback.
Yeah.
But I was still shocked. I thought he should have. I would expected him to hang out and maybe finish the year out. There's always chance to be a GA when you're done playing, but
Yeah.
hang in there. With the bad elbow, he passed for 230 yards, although he did have turnovers. With a good arm, our other quarterbacks only seem to be able to get 130. So there Tuttle was and would be a good quarterback if he had good health, but I understand where he is and I support him.
Yeah, very good. All right, Keith. Well, hopefully we get a dub this weekend, and you call into the show. Go Blue, my
All
friend.
right. Okay, go Blue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hide your kids. Well, hold up. Let me get these super chats first. We got Jordan Marble here with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Jordan Marble. Detroit Kyle, my guy. OSU and MSU fans are already talking crazy about us throwing M's. X is a sob fest right now. Yeah, fuck those guys. Respectfully, I apologize. Anyone who it just comes out sometimes. I do apologize. It's in my nature. All right. Oh, we got another one. Aaron Spencer, TJ, you guys do a great job. Just giving some dab, brother. Much respect. Thank you, bro. Listen. Real talk before we get to a very bad person who's going to be coming up next. But I appreciate you guys, man. Like, you guys make the show. Our show Tuesday, our show Tuesday was nuts. Like, we were crushing. Like, that was just a great show with everybody. We had a great time. You know, for those who have been with us since, me and John started doing this show, we really started last January, but it really picked up steam in the summer. I appreciate all of you, everyone who stuck with us. I got my man Maze Madman on in the chat. I know Johnny's out there. Shout out to Johnny. I got all my people, dude. I appreciate all you guys. Burks, he's a Packer fan. Can you believe this? We're going, Burks. You're supposed to call in, man. We got a game this Sunday. Pick up the phone and start dialing, bro. You're next. I got some people who are ahead of you, but you're up, bro. You better call in. We got football to talk about. Yeah, my boy Burks. You know what I mean? He's a Youper. But we still love him, even though he talks shit about all Detroit sports teams. But he's a good dude. And I just appreciate all you guys, man. Honestly, you guys make the show. We appreciate it. And we will keep coming. Pause. But we will definitely keep bringing the heat. And then now, ladies and gentlemen, hide your kids, hide your wife. Nick is next. You never know with Nick. It could be a wild one. What is up, buddy? How we doing? You there? Nick. You were talking all spicy in the chat. Where you at, man? Nick. I'm giving you 3 seconds, Nick, and I got to move on. I mean, you could stay in the chat. 3 seconds. 3. Nick. All right, buddy. All right. Well, we'll keep you in the chat. I'll try to get you on the next call. All right, man? Damn, Nick. You missed your opportunity here. Next up is Zay. Hey, let me know in the private chat, Nick, if you get your shit together. He's back. What's up, man? Nick. All right, bro. I don't know, man. Figure it out. Let me know. Zay, what's up, man? Zay, you are muted. What's up, boys?
Yo, what up, man? How you doing?
What's up, my friend? What's up?
Hey, so I want to give your fans a big kudos because they were riding with you. Me and John got into it a couple months back on a space.
My co-host or Johnny Older?
Yeah, your co-host.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it ended friendly and stuff. I'm very overprotected of people that put stuff out there on the timeline and all this other stuff, because I've had to be put in check too. Like, I've done spaces with players ever since 2 years ago, and there's people in the chat that know who I am. There's people in the chat that don't like me. It is what it is. But I just wanted to start with you got some dudes that have been pretty active in the Michigan football community that we got, and the group chat, and a lot of them are starting to come in the spaces too.
Yeah, I know.
So,
listen, I was gonna say, yeah, there's a swarm of we got
of
a very
supporters.
rambunctious community
I
here.
love it, dude. I love it, and it's crazy
Passionate.
because it never like you think you know everyone, and
Oh,
then
I know.
a whole bunch of other people come through. So,
Yeah, for
but what I wanted to touch base on is I think you're completely right as far as which is also crazy too, because I'm always like wary and like, okay, where's this guy get this info from and blah blah blah.
yeah, yeah,
And then everything that we've been hearing, you're out here saying. So it's kind of cool.
yeah.
Um
I'm gonna
but
step ahead. But, yep.
yeah, I think we're good as far as the thing I'm excited about the most, and this is if we swing and miss on Underwood, which it seems like there's a lot of people on board for that. But
Mhm.
if we swing and miss, it's the fact that we're here now and we've been working so hard to get here where we're at as far as like NIL and dropping bags and not being afraid to go after the 5 stars and the 9s and 10s, not the fat ladies. I think that
There we go. I
is
like that. Yeah,
what
yeah, I like it.
what
Yeah,
we need to take away from this. I think a lot of
exactly.
it is good, but the only thing that I'm worried about from like a portal standpoint, and not a lot of people are talking about this, and maybe we had some good luck in the basketball scene, but I'm still worried about admissions giving us crap about having kids coming in, and maybe it's changed, but that's one of the things I'm a little worried about.
Um, well, I think emissions will limit us to an extent. The real hurdle for emissions is more portal players because it limits our scope. Any players who have more than 60 credits, it's a real hurdle to get them in.
Right.
Here's something I know I can confirm the hell out of this. There are boosters who want to see the emission standards change.
That's
We
good.
know
That's
that.
fair.
We
Yeah.
we've had me and an individual who's no longer on the show had a discussion with a booster, and they let us know that that's something they would like to see changed. And they said, well, I think there has been improvement because of what Dusty May was able to do. Now they couldn't confirm to us. Like we asked them, we were like, well, can you confirm that it's been changed because it's not public if it has? And well, I can't confirm it, but I do know essentially that this is something the boosters want. Now, whether the school does it or not, that's another discussion. So there is at least some motivation with at least a financial power that has a motivation to do it. Now, whether it occurs, we'll see. But right now, it's not an issue. And truthfully, in terms of recruiting, like Michigan still should be able to get a lot of top caliber kids. I don't think it's going to like
I don't.
exclude us from being a top 5 class. I don't think it's gonna be
Oh
that
yeah,
type of thing.
yeah, and I think it's again. I'm just happy that we're finally there. Like I know we're so obviously we got all the smoke before Babs committed, right? And
Yeah.
I can say it now, but Babs has been in the class group chat for quite some time, so he was a
Okay.
silent for a little while. Um, but we also. I think Ivan Taylor, you said it earlier, he had a good time this weekend. I think some of these kids that have kind of been lingering on or came late a little bit, we're kind of already getting rumblings like this is what we're gonna do. We just have to wait to get the books free and clean and whatnot. And
Mhm.
now that it's happening, now there's all real smoke about all these people. So I'm with you as far as Earls. If Earls can go ahead and take that. And I know there's rumors that, he informed a certain school and that certain school actually dropped, you know, some stuff for another corner in the
Yeah,
class,
Donovan
you know.
Star. They're going after
Yeah.
Donovan Star. Yeah.
Right.
Georgia.
So it's just,
Yeah, we're talking Georgia. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, it just kind of seems like everything is kind of playing in. And I don't know if you know, but Earls, Dotson, Marsh, Underwood, they've all been kind of cool in the whole OT7 scene. So like the 7-on-7 scene. So I mean, I'm pretty sure they've been communicating with that. And I mean, those are the type of players that you want to get in those skill positions where they're playing OT7s and they're linked together and they mesh well already. And then they're able to go ahead and get, your bigger 5 stars on the defensive side and all that. So
Yeah. I can confirm with Marsh is pushing very hard for Meadows and like we dropped. So I don't know. You didn't probably see our show last Tuesday, Zay, but not this past Tuesday, but the week prior. We dropped that the mystery wide receiver was Derek Meadows, and then that Saturday, Marsh publicly announced what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he is aggressively recruiting Earls. Now, I did not know about Babaloa being in the group chat. But
Yeah. Marsh and Eli Owens, 'cause we've had Eli. Me and Marsh have been kind of in talks with getting him on the space, but they kind of gave me a hint at the Carter Smith thing yesterday before it dropped. I didn't know. I thought it was like a incoming commitment that was about to happen.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then like 30 minutes later, boom, like Carter Smith was dipped out. And we
yeah.
were hearing earlier, like I was telling my group chat and everything, like, look, man, they're saying Carter Smith hasn't been informed yet, and blah blah blah. And then a couple days later, boom, like he got informed. This was weeks out though, but so I don't know, man. I'm happy that the cannons are flowing now. I think we got to think positive of all these other things. I think the things to think of is Earls and Dotson. And if we can get those guys, then
Yep.
like it's
And
gonna be
and
huge.
Boateng and Gompers.
Yeah, and
It goes
the
on.
Wu thing. There was one thing I heard. I do got a Notre Dame guy. Um, they said that he has got tickets, but there's been no uh flights purchased for the Florida State game. I know, so he's
Oh,
kind of
you're talking about the visit at the end of the month. Okay. Yeah.
right for Meadows. Now Wu is going to be there on the sideline with his brother. From what I heard, but as far as Meadows, that's something I would say monitor to see if he goes to that. If he doesn't go to that Florida State game, then
Of course.
that's a big
Yeah.
what
Well, I
if.
mean, it's possible he don't go because it's closing time.
Yeah,
From my
and
understanding,
that's
they're
one
gonna try
last
and
thing. That's
close
one
this
last
weekend.
thing that I wanted is, yeah, I heard that Underwood wanted to wait until the playoffs were done, but now that all this, I mean, it's starting to be more of a mess than anything. He tried to hide it and everything,
Yes.
is what I was hearing, and then was
Yeah.
going to do it after the playoffs, and now it's out. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happens fairly soon.
Okay. So as I said, December or sooner, but I know they're pushing. They're pushing. They're pushing to close it, just like I talked about with Babaloa. Like just like they were trying to close with Babaloa, and he kept extending. They are for sure trying to close before the Alabama LSU trip. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I know
Yeah.
they're pushing to close. I know that.
I'll give you a score real quick. I know you got people
Yeah,
in,
let me get a
but
score. And hey,
I'm
Zay, thanks for calling in, man.
of course, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna have to get on with you and John. Maze Madman, he's cool. He's been in the group chat for a while. He speaks highly of you. We're gonna have to get a powwow going with Moose because me and him had it in a couple other things, so we'll figure that out. But I
Wait, hold
think,
on. Hold on. You got into a beef with Moose?
yeah.
What's not
I don't know
surprised.
what it was or
Moose
anything,
Moose is
but
a battler, bro. I've got just so you know, I've battled with Moose before. Moose is our boy,
yeah,
though.
and I
I love Moose.
respect it. That's the thing. Most my people in the chat, Juju, Maze Mad, I can't see the chat anymore, but most of the
Yeah.
people in there that know me, they know I'm this is like very tempered right now. Like I'm very calm right now because this is your show. It's not we're not in the space world, um but yeah, so we'll figure it out. But I can appreciate all you guys doing it, and seeing all you guys kind of bounce around and everything is pretty cool. And John was a stand-up guy when we kind of got into it and everything. We're constantly getting people in the spaces saying just talking to talk, and it's like
Yeah.
message board stuff, and that's one thing I don't really do. Like in the chat, I know you got I don't know how you feel about like the EJs and the Trevors of rivals and stuff, but those guys are in my chat, and so
Okay.
we do kind of bounce around ideas, and we have spaces and whatnot, and so I support them on that because they do come on the spaces and kind of let us know what's going on.
Yeah.
But we got we got a couple people that follow the 24/7 message boards and stuff, but I don't personally do that, so that's why I'm always respectful on what people do and where they get their information. But I think it's great, man. I think it's great what you guys are doing. And I think this is like the perfect time to do it. So score I'll give is Usually I'm pretty crazy. The chat knows how I am. Usually I go kind of the complete opposite and reverse jinx it, and I do it for the Lions on the timeline. But so I think I'm gonna run with that. I think 42-13 Oregon Ducks.
Bro, if it's 42-13, that's gonna be a bad time, bro. That's gonna be. I hear you though. Hopefully,
All right,
it is a
man.
reverse jinx, and the boys do work. But thanks for calling in, Zay. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Go blue.
for sure, man. Go blue.
My man Zay. Well, good to meet him. Have not met Zay before, so it's good to finally meet him. Let's get to tattoo trucker Jesse here. $5 super chat. As a coach, Red from the Water Boy would say, "Don't be messing with the champ." Yeah, I mean, I agree, Jesse. Don't be messing with the champ. And by the way, we are Buckeyes lurking. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. I know you enjoy it. I enjoy it. I know you enjoy it. Nick, are you ready, man? Let me know. Get ready, Nick. And for any, hide your kids, hide your wife, everybody. I'm about to pull Nick up. What's up, bro?
Yo,
What's up, man? What's
can you hear
good?
me now? Okay.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, I don't know what happened before. We got lots of wind over here, so I think I was connected to Wi-Fi, and whenever our Wi-Fi gets knocked out, my phone starts messing up for a second.
Yeah.
Dude, what did I do, man? You called me a bad person. What are you talking about?
Oh, what do you mean? We had Blue Wolverine talking about I'm watching the show with my kid and wife, and then the next chat we got Nick saying some wild shit, and I'm like, oh, the kid and the wife, Come on, Nick. You know
What's
you don't
that?
have a
I'm just real, man. Like I don't know, man. I'm not gonna sugarcoat things. Not all the time. I will some of the time. But what do you think? Real quick, what do you think about, dude? Sam Webb, like, he does not fuck with EJ at all. I knew those guys.
You don't say.
No. I knew they've called each other names and shit before, but he was just ripping EJ, basically calling him a total fraud. Is he exaggerating with that?
Oh, well,
He said they don't know shit.
Well, do you know the story behind how this got here? I mean, listen, there's a long story, but do you know like the
All
recent
I know
weeks?
is you said Sam Webb is territorial. That's all I know. But the rest, like Sam out here calling him a carpetbagger and stuff like that, like saying he doesn't know. He said he called out Olive on 3. He said Olive on 3 doesn't know shit.
Okay, well, all right, but he wasn't. He was directing that at Pete Nakos, his article on the $5 million offering, because I don't know where the hell they got that number from, because that's not right at all. It's far more than 5 million. I don't know where they get their numbers sometimes, but no. All right. So Sam and EJ have been beefing for years now because EJ is an aggressor. Okay. And he doesn't give a shit who you are. He'll step on your toes and he's going to keep doing him. And he's probably, I do respect Sam. I respect EJ. I respect Sam. Okay. They all have their strengths just like, and weaknesses like everybody. Right. And I do think I'll say this. I do put EJ and Sam at the top of the insider food chain. So you're gonna have some alpha shit going on, and I know and they would each say he's not an alpha, he's not an alpha. Like I know the names they call each other, but like in terms of insider credibility, they're at the top of the food chain. Chris Ballas is pretty tapped in, but he's more of a team guy. But they've been beefing for a minute, man. And EJ literally
sounds like he would swing on him.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like it's getting to that point, but and he has kind of hinted that he might. But anyways. Because he says if I see him in public, he's meant like if I see him in public.
Wait, he actually said it's on site. He said that
on the message boards, yeah.
Oh shit! I see.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
So, like something like that. I don't want to put words in the mouth, but it's something like that. I mean, and I'm not paraphrasing either because it was kind of like that. So they've been beefing for a minute, and recently Sam was like fireworks, right? And whenever EJ gets an opportunity, he loves to take shots at Sam. Okay. And Sam has had enough. And so Sam fucking puts out this post about fireworks. And then AJ wants to take liberties and be like, super secret thread and all these things. He's taking shots at Sam because he's like, there's no way. EJ said there's no way Bryce Underwood's coming to Michigan. Sam Webb had to sit on this information for a minute, even though his connection, his source is the agent to Bryce Underwood. And it's not his only source in this recruitment, by the way. But he's literally tapped in as good as it gets.
Wait, EJ actually said that?
EJ said what? I'm sorry, what?
You said EJ actually said there's no way that Bryce.
Yeah, initially when Sam put the firework posting out there, EJ was in the beginning of all this. There was some people on the On3 board saying, "Oh, it's about Bryce Underwood," and EJ was like, "Let's stop this. Let's end it. Like, stop doing this. Like, this isn't happening." All that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, EJ put his line in the sand, and essentially was like, "This is not happening." As time has progressed, buzz has built up, cat's out the bag. It is happening. It's trending. And EJ, a couple
EJ
days
must
later,
just not have a source.
What else?
Like EJ, he just must not have a source for this specific recruitment. It's been trending like
he's not as connected to this recruitment as he's not as Sam is, and so Sam he held on this information for a minute, and then when this shit became public after the Pete Nakos article and all that stuff, Sam, if anyone saw the Drop in Dimes article, I think it's at the 42-minute mark. And the reason why I know this is because I sent it to John. It's at like the 42-minute mark of the Drop in Dimes segment. Sam goes in on EJ Holland, man.
Yeah, I saw it.
And yeah, it's amusing. I find it amusing. I mean, it's wild. It's wild as hell the way it's going. But yeah, so essentially Sam's taking a little victory lap right now. And if we close, it's gonna look really good. But even EJ has adjusted his approach, and he has said, yeah, quote EJ, it's a possibility. EJ has quoted saying it's a possibility. EJ even corrected the Pete Nakos article that says 5 million over 3 years. He has said it's higher than that. And he even said he doesn't know where Pete got that number from. And when Sam was saying the On3 guys don't know what they're talking about, yes, he was including EJ, but he was also referring to Pete Nakos, that article that just came out of nowhere. And that article, by the way, is the one the LSU people are running with.
Oh, wait. Has LSU's NIL for Bryce Underwood, has that number been reported? Like, is that known? Like, LSU's original offer? Because he obviously, like,
I've heard
got paid a lot.
I've heard two numbers. I've heard two numbers, and they're not even at 5 million. Either of the numbers I've heard, neither one's at 5 million.
What were they?
The first number I heard from a person I do trust was it's only $700,000 plus now this was in the summer. The summer.
Yeah, that's fine.
$700K plus a house, plus girlfriend admissions, plus family.
$700K a year?
Yeah. Now that was in the summer.
So
the number I heard recently was higher, but it's not even 5 million.
What's the other number?
I'm not gonna say the number because I actually think it's the real number, and I'm not gonna say it, but it's not 5 million.
Really? Okay, so is it okay?
But here's what I don't know. I don't know this. I'll say I don't know if it's per year or if it's spread out over 3 years. I don't know. I don't know how they're organizing this deal. But here's what I know about Michigan. I know it's more than double LSU's offer. I've had that confirmed to me. And also, whatever LSU's offer is, and if the number that I've heard is I've heard this deal. I'll say the number I'm hearing right now about Bryce. We're talking around the $10 million range, and I think it's spread out over 3 years. And it's not just that either. There's more to it than that. There's more to it. It's also the marketing opportunities. It's the benefits that come with housing and things of that nature, right? Now, I don't know all the details yet, like in terms like vehicle, I don't fucking know. But I know the deal, from my understanding, is around the $10 million range over so many. That's what I've heard from somebody that I trust. And I know for a fact they doubled LSU's fucking offer, though. I know that, which is why LSU, but apparently LSU is trying to round up resources to counter. Now, I don't even think LSU's counter is going to be, I don't even think LSU's counter is even going to match Michigan's offer. I think what they're going to try and do, this is again assumption though, but from my understanding, LSU doesn't have the firepower that people think they do in terms of finances, because they have other, like they're paying for the rest of their classes. Like they don't have the firepower apparently. Like in terms of
Well,
financially, they can offer houses, they can offer cars, like they can offer those types of things. Like they have boosters who
but
have,
they're not
in terms of
liquid.
but in terms of cash money, they don't have that firepower. LSU does not have the cash money firepower. They have the asset firepower in terms of, we'll get you a car, we'll get you a house, we can get your girl in admissions, we can do XYZ, whatever.
Yeah, but you
Also,
can
let
only
me just
get
say
him
this:
so much of those
Michigan
things.
does play the girlfriend admission game. They play the girlfriend. They do. They play ball. Okay, so that's not an issue. All that. So, yeah, they're not in the cash position that Michigan's in.
See, that's what I don't quite understand is like if Michigan, if it's cash and they have that much and they're really serious about, well, like we'll just keep raising more cash, like we'll just keep throwing more and more cash. They should have, like, this shouldn't even really be much of a thing.
Well,
right? Because if Michigan, basically how the process should go is if Michigan's literally willing to offer him enough money, he should come here because you'd make a difference and not worth it. But
Nick, not to cut you off, Nick, but like there's the unknown. Who is my offensive coordinator? Will this offense really evolve? Who's going to develop me? Like those questions are legit. He does want to go to the NFL, man. Like money matters, but like he's looking long term as well. Like it's not like, it's like, guys, I'll tell you this right now. If we had an offense that was, well, we probably wouldn't have a motivated donor base like this if we had an offense that was like top 25. But if we had a top 25 offense and we had a offensive coordinator who was respectable, I feel like this would be a closed deal. The reason why this isn't a closed deal yet is because there are open-ended questions that.
So you think he looks at Kirk Campbell and is like, yeah, that dude's incompetent. We got to have somebody else in here.
I think he sees an offense, and I listen. I can't confirm this, but I feel like this is obvious. He's asking who's the coordinator going to be, and I don't think they know.
But Sharon's going to move on. Like Kirk
I think Sharon will move on. I don't think Kirk's going to be our offensive coordinator next year. I don't.
All right, that's fair.
Here's what all coaches
I
are
don't
under
think he's the
evaluation.
main
All
issue.
coaches are under evaluation right now. All coaches are under evaluation right now.
Who are they going to go get though? That's the thing. Like I don't know.
You go get it. You go buy somebody. What do you mean? You make him one of the highest paid offensive
I'm
coordinators.
asking, are there like names then?
I mean, right now I don't have any names. I have no names. I don't know. But I mean, we're not in coaching season yet. How many coaches have been fired right now? How many coaches are looking to move?
I don't know. But
that's what I mean. Like it's October, man. Well, it's not through November, but
I get it. But
that'll pick up in end of November. That'll pick up end of November.
Okay, but so like Sharon though is that, and this is the one that I find hard to believe until it happens. But Sharon's actually willing to cut ties with Martindale after this.
I don't know. I don't know, Nick. I can't.
That's the big one, dude.
Because
like,
Nick,
I did not want
Martindale has shown improvement, though. I think a lot of coaches are going to be up for evaluation. I don't think Sharon's entering next year with this same coaching staff at all. I think we're going to look at a potential to 40 to 50% coaching turnover here.
Yeah,
like, I think it's gonna be a high margin here. Sharon cannot afford to have a bad second year. Like he is well aware of what's at stake. Like,
so
and not only that,
he should get rid of both.
I mean, I do too, but I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I can't like. I mean, I can assume with you. I can assume. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I would say this: what coordinator do you think is worse? Do you think Campbell's worse or Wink?
Wink. Dude, he had Mason Graham back out at edge again.
I know.
Why? He's going back to
but bro, our offense is ranked like 122nd in the nation.
No, I understand, but at least like more recently we saw a spark. I'm not saying it was great or huge, but like the play calling was like
little brother.
No, I understand that, dude, but like he wasn't bad. Like there was clearly a step forward. I'm not defending Kirk Campbell here. I want to make that clear. But like I'm just saying Wink Martindale started doing some dumb shit again that he was doing earlier in the season.
Yeah, he does do that.
I fucking hate that shit. Like coaches like that need to be gone, dude. That's just my opinion. But get rid of both of them. But I think that's good to hear that he's willing to move on from dudes that quickly to save his own ass. Because honestly, dude, Harbaugh stuck with Don Brown a little too long. Like, I don't know. I just don't. But especially with what our defense was, and then we have the talent. And honestly, I don't think our defense is that good because they're not consistent, especially on third down and long, man. Like, you just know the other team's going to get a first down. Seems like almost every time. But anyway.
No, okay, no. So I mean, listen, it's a legitimate complaint. I don't think anyone's really like. I don't think anyone's like, oh, Wink Martin. And I know Kinetic's like, I like Wink Martindale, but I mean, also I think Keegan. Shout out to Keegan. I think Keegan's on Team Wink Martindale also. But look, I don't disagree. There's some flaws here, but I think if there's a coach who's at Wink Martindale comes with a bit longer resume than Kirk Campbell, who's had like 1 year at Old Dominion as offensive coordinator. But 1 second, I want to give a shout out here to Keoki Kapana. They can say firsthand Meadows was. So for those who don't know, this is one of Micah Kapana's running back from Michigan's family member. They're a frequent visitor to our show. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. We had Micah Kapana on for an interview in July, I believe. Great interview. If you guys want to check that out, go check it out. Meadows was Micah's teammate at Bishop Gorman. He's 6'5", 6'6", and fast, no question. Hey, Keoki, let us know how it's going. Is Micah putting in work on the Derek Meadows? If you can share anything, let us know. We appreciate you, Keoki. Yeah. So look, bro, I hear you. I think there's gonna be some coaching turnover. I'll say this, and I don't know. I'm gonna assume here, but let's see if this translates. If the focus and resources are being allocated to these players, I have confidence there's going to be focus and resources allocated to a strong coaching staff. They want to see Sharon succeed, bro. They want to see Sharon succeed. They really do. He's going to get everything at his disposal.
Well, if he has enough money, go steal Andy Kotelnicki.
Hey, this is hilarious. Wouldn't that be hilarious if we stole Sloan for LSU? That'd be fucking hilarious. Hey, Brian Keller does not want to be at LSU. You never know, man. That'd be the craziest chess play ever. If that happens, that'd be the craziest chess play. We'll just take your offensive coordinator, and then here comes Bryce Underwood, Derek Meadows, and Philip Wright. That'd be nuts.
Dude, I'm honestly surprised that people are actually complaining about Michigan going after Bryce Underwood. Like, legitimately. I think that to me, I cannot wrap my mind around that. We've been clamoring for how long that we want Michigan to actually have a chance with top 100 guys consistently. And as soon as they do, people start bitching left and right about it. And Carter Smith, I think you were right about him. His potential largely is dependent upon his legs. I don't know, man. If you go with him, I think that's taking a huge risk. So I'm not that pissed. If his long-term success hinges a lot on his legs and not his arms, I'll pass.
And that's what it is. And so what it is, Nick, is people love the Michigan way. Listen, it won us a national title in a pre-NIL era. Now it was in the NIL, but it was pre-NIL players. And we won it through development and finding the right players, right character, right mindset, right culture. As Josh Pate says, this was the last great, the national championship team was the last great the last great college football team. True college football team. What college football is supposed to be. But as anyone knows, you must evolve with the market. You must evolve with the industry. If you do not evolve, I will quote Dusty May, adapt or die. This season is no coincidence, the results we are having, because there was a lack of adaptation the last 3 years with NIL since 2021 when it became legal to do. We are now experiencing what not adapting is. Now we are not only adapting, we are excelling. We are all in. We are a 1% program in the terms of financial capacity for NIL, and we're 1%. We're the bullies on the block, and every collective knows Michigan has shot shots across the bow. Everybody knows the deal now that Michigan's a true player. So,
and that's all I'm saying about Carter Smith. Like, I think he could be a good player, but like if what you're saying is true, and I believe it is, although they need to close with a couple of these guys, but if what you're saying is true, Michigan should be guaranteed to end up with a quarterback better than Carter Smith. That should be like a guarantee.
I 100% agree. But here's the thing. You know what I think, Nick? You want to know an honest take here? I don't think a lot of people watch Carter Smith's film.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people saw his ranking and thought he was, it's like, I don't think a lot of people are watching the huddle tapes, or they're looking.
I will say EJ Holland has hyped him up too.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you know the backstory on this one?
No.
So I'm gonna
noticed he talks like glowingly of.
I'm gonna qualify before I say this. Look, I do respect EJ Holland. I do think he's one of the hardest grinders in the game, bro. Like he is. Like EJ Holland puts in work, But do you know about his dispute with Jaden Davis?
Mm-mm.
Well, he's not a fan of Jaden Davis, and and EJ Holland, when he evaluates quarterbacks, he's a boom or bust type of guy. He likes the high ceiling, low floor type players often. Not only wrong, like JJ's, he was a fan of JJ, but like he likes the players who could potentially be like Heisman caliber. He doesn't like playing it safe at quarterback. So that's why he does this. That's one of the ways he looks at the quarterback evaluation. Carter Smith, he has a very good relationship with, and sometimes there are people who would argue that those he has a good relationship with, he may hype a little bit more than those he doesn't. Now, that is not, I'm just sharing what is the opinion of some. So, listen, I think EJ is legit, but, everyone has their preferences.
Wait. Can you repeat what you just said? EJ, did you say EJ talks better about prospects that he likes personally?
Yeah, so
that's not very authentic.
If he has a good relationship with the kid, he may. If he has a bad relationship with the kid, he may not talk glowingly
on evaluation.
Yeah, but EJ doesn't do rankings. He just does personal.
He still talks about it. I don't know if he's actually.
Oh no, he does. He does. No, EJ does.
Authentic.
EJ does. He evaluates every player. He gives his take on it. I mean, look, listen, dude. I found EJ. When I found EJ, he was doing his recruiting segments in the fucking car, grinding on his way to either visit a kid or coming back from. Like, I respect him, dude. Like, everyone has their fucking process. It is what it is. Like,
I don't have an issue with him.
I'm not. Let me make my position very clear. I'm not team EJ or team Sam. I respect both. Well, fuck it. I am team EJ and team Sam. I respect both, bro.
Now, you would want to see him fight, though.
Wait, what?
You would want to see him fight, though, in the street.
I don't. Nick, see, I told you you're a bad person, Nick. Why do you want to see them fight, man?
No, I'm kidding. No, yeah. I don't have an issue, honestly, with EJ Holland. I'm just saying, like, technically, if your evaluations are dependent on whether you personally like someone or not, that's not exactly authentic.
Well, I think he's very. I think it's like one of those things where there's a one
you're
or
saying
two.
He likes a certain type of profile. That's what you're saying. He likes a certain type of profile. Essentially.
Well, no, that's a fact. He does like a certain type of profile. They're calling you a fed, bro. But no, he definitely likes a certain type of profile. But no, like, look, like, I don't think it's a secret. Anyone who follows, like, I'm not saying anything that's wild, right? Like, anyone who follows the beat on Michigan understands that sometimes EJ may not have the best relationship with the kid, and he may not be as high on that kid. But but I'll say this too, and I know EJ would say this. There's been times he doesn't have the best relationship with the kid where he'll be very high on him. I don't know. He really was not a fan of Jaden Davis. Okay, he was not a fan of Jaden Davis, but he does think Carter Smith is better than Jaden Davis. I would say no. I would say no. Okay. I would say Jaden Davis is a better prospect than. I don't think. Respectfully, I don't think Carter Smith is a power 4 quarterback, dude.
You don't think who?
I don't think Carter Smith is a power 4 quarterback unless he developed his mechanics and his throwing motion.
You really don't like him,
they
do you?
They are.
Holy
bad.
shit!
What?
I said you really must not like the kid very much as a prospect,
dude. Guys, it would be Alex Orgy all over again. I'm trying to like express this.
Oh, jeez. All right.
He's a great athlete, but his throwing mechanics are he's inaccurate.
Then that's ridiculous. Then people should be glad that
guys watch his huddle. His throwing motion's out of whack. His feet placement is not good. Listen, I'm no QB expert, but like I can see when things are off. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like there's gurus out there that are that know way more than I do in terms of what to look for in terms of arm shortening and like in types of arm angles. Like I'm not an expert, but I can tell when something's off, and it's quite obvious. And not only that, there's a lot of people who believe that his mechanics are very off, and he knows. Actually, it's not even. It's kind of known that his mechanics need improvement. Like it's kind of a public thing. It's just the reality is, Nick. They look at the ranking, and they think that the player is going to be great, but the truth is, you got to watch the tape. That's why when kids commit and we do our huddles breakdowns, I always tell everybody we are tape watchers. We are not ranking watchers. Now, granted, we appreciate the high ranked players, but it all comes down to the film, dude. Do they check the visual? If they check the visual, then and as well as the rankings are matching, and the scouts are also saying that this player is this caliber of player, and it all checks the boxes, then yeah, that's fantastic. But dude, bro, there's kids who are ranked low as shit, but the film's insane. Cole Sullivan, you know what I mean? Like Chase Taylor in this class, the linebackers, his film is great, man. I think Chase Taylor is a hell of a player. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta watch the film, dude.
Are they still interested in Wright?
Philip Wright?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like I've heard the name tossed around.
Like would they?
I don't think the bridge has been burned. I don't think the bridge has been burned. I mean, listen. Do I think if we land Derek Meadows and Bryce Underwood, maybe Michigan could open the door again? I don't see why it's out of the realm of possibility unless they up the offer crazy to Philip Wright because they got to keep a wide receiver in the class. I don't know, but
if he came knocking, you think they'd
yes.
take him?
Oh, I know for a fact if he came knocking, yes, they would. That relationship's not dead. That is not a dead relationship.
I can't imagine he stays at LSU if Michigan actually pulls all this shit off. Honestly.
DJ was very
what would he be staying for?
What up?
I said, what would he be staying for if Michigan flipped all his boys?
You were talking about Brian Kelly?
No, Philip Wright.
Oh, well,
if Michigan flipped,
well, the same thing. Hometown hero. Your school's a pipeline for LSU. LSU is known for developing wide receivers. I mean, have we seen what's going on with Brian Thomas? And
well, how likely is it that they're
LSU's arguably? I mean, I know Ohio State's gonna get pissed off, but like, they're up there for wide receiver. I mean, Ohio State's putting in work at the position, but LSU's no joke, man. Like they do well with wide receivers. I mean, if Derek Meadows is listening, I'm kidding. They suck. Terrible school. Don't go to LSU, Derek Meadows. It's a terrible school.
How likely is it the OC actually leaves?
I don't know. I mean, apparently he's on their radar, but they're also looking at other candidates. We'll find out. I mean, as November progresses, we'll know more.
Okay. So
hopefully they take him because I'll tell you right now, if Sloan leaves LSU, I feel really good. I'm feeling pretty good now, but like I'd feel really good.
Do you like Isaiah Hole? Like his show?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with Isaiah Hole. Like I'll be honest with you, man. I like a lot of people. Everyone like faults people so much. I don't mind Isaiah Hole. I think Isaiah Hole's intentions are true. I don't think he's trying to mislead anybody. I think and I know a lot of people have an issue with him over what happened with Signgate or the whole Connor Stallions thing. But fucking Connor Stallions.
Why do people have an issue with him?
Yeah, well,
I never heard that.
Wait, you've never heard that people have an issue with Isaiah Hole?
No, I thought he did a good job, like covering.
I like Isaiah Hole. I don't have an issue with Isaiah Hole. I think Isaiah Hole.
I thought he was accurate. I thought people criticized him because they didn't actually listen to what he had to say.
Well, because here's the problem. And Nick, I'll get your prediction for the game after this point, but
yeah.
because the practice footage didn't get exposed and all the other things he was hitting at didn't become public. But listen, man, his source was Connor Stallions. Are you not going to trust Connor Stallions? I mean, now people will probably be like, why would I trust that guy? He's a liar. But like, listen, man, if Connor Stallions was telling me shit, I'd bring it to the table, guys. I'm not gonna lie
Well,
to you.
I was just asking you because you said you were 65% confident that Michigan flips Bryce, right?
Yeah. I am.
Okay, well,
I'm at
Isaiah said he was. I was just asking you about Isaiah because Isaiah said he's like about 40% sure. Why are you?
Holland's at 30.
What?
And I think EJ Holland's at 30. So why am I at 65 while they're all lower?
Yeah. What do you know that they don't? Or you don't have to say exactly what you know, but like what the scope. Like what's the?
Well, I've known about this.
Are you more confident than not? Because they're in the minority. You're in the other side.
Okay, so the reason why, I can tell you why. I know why Isaiah's in the position he's in because he kind of explained it, why he went to 40. The reason why I feel as confident as I do is because I've been aware of this for over 3 weeks now, before the buzz even got public. And I brought this to the channel. So obviously anyone who knows we've been discussing the focused push by Michigan. On top of that, Underwood's very receptive right now. The family was at the game Saturday, guys. Okay. The family's at the game. You have donors taking them out to dinner. Okay. Like, we haven't discussed this, but this is happening. There are he doesn't need a recruiting visit because there's things occurring off campus, okay, where meetings are had. All right, that's why I feel confident, because and Michigan's all in, and they're not taking. And here's another thing: Michigan's not taking no for an answer right now. They're all in. They're willing to do whatever they need to do to get them. So I feel confident in that. Now the reason why I'm not above 65 is because I understand that LSU. I understand he really does like LSU. He loves Baton Rouge. He loves the campus. He loves the weather idea. He loves the idea of playing in the SEC. He loves the offense. But guys, the NIL package that is being offered is so great that the whole family's like, all right, hold on.
Okay, is it liquid?
Yes.
The whole okay.
It's not just liquid. It's not 100% liquid, but it's liquid as shit. Yes, that's what I mean when I was talking about cash. Listen, LSU's package is a lot of assets, right? Michigan's package is a lot of liquid. There's more involved in the package, but it's cash heavy, my friend. It's cash heavy. Yeah.
But don't you think if it was really too good, it's too good to be true, it's too good for him to turn down, he would have accepted it by now? If it's liquid. That's what I'm saying. These aren't just promises. Things change when you see a shitload of cash in front of your face.
Nick, have you ever been in negotiations?
Yeah. Not anything like this, but
okay. But my point is, here's, and I know some people are going to hear me here. He's still got time on the clock. What are we rushing for? He's got all the leverage, Nick. Why? He's got an agent in his ear who's a professional. You know what the agent's telling him? Let's ride it out. Let's get the offer higher. Come on, we'll hire. You know why? If I was Nick's, or if I was Bryce Underwood's agent, I'm saying go to the fucking game.
Yeah.
It's because Michigan's going to up it even more. What's the loss to Underwood? They want you. He has all the leverage in the world. Bryce's agent's going to tell him, we're good. There's no rush. You have the choice, Bryce, LSU or Michigan. You're not going to run out the clock. The clock is December, whatever, because you're an early enrollee. We know this. Well, guess what? People become desperate when the clock starts ticking, right? That's the reality of it. So we got to let it play out. It's got to be played out. There is a strategic thing here. It's not just well, the offer's great, I'll just take it, but it could be better. Why not? Why not? What's he have to lose? He's got, why not get an extra X amount? Why not get a little bit more reinsurances, whether it be from LSU or Michigan? I mean, he's got all the leverage in the world. I mean, let me tell you this, Nick, if you had an agent and you were in Bryce's position and he's like, look, we could take these deals now or they may get better. They may get better. How about this? Let's go to this official visit against Alabama and let's see who turns up the heat. Of course you would. You're an agent. The agent gets a commission. He gets a cut. He benefits from this. And not only that, do you not? And I know there are people in the chat who have mentioned this. You don't think it's to the agent's benefit to have this leak? What do you think Adam Schefter's purpose is at ESPN? He is to leak things to the public so agents can get leverage. That's what Adam Schefter's whole. Why do you think he gets all the intel he gets at ESPN? Because agents use him for leverage. And then you get into public battles sometimes where teams will leak shit to Adam Schefter to then turn, like when a player's holding out. Adam Schefter is just a middleman who just passes information to help people get leverage. The same thing. Sam's, Bryce's agent's playing the game, bro. But there's legitimate interest. It's not like he's just playing and he's playing Michigan. There's true interest. They do like Michigan. They really do.
And honestly, too, I'll just say, lastly, like, I don't think it really matters as much as people are saying if we miss on him, because I still think they're going to get someone really good. So,
yeah. Well, look,
maybe not
day, Nick,
but still,
guys,
better than what we have now, like significantly. So,
guys, we are in a position resource wise, and I'll get your score after this, Nick. We are in a position resource wise. We're like, guys, it's gonna be okay, and we're gonna land some legit talent. Like there's plenty of fish in the sea, as they say. So, all right, Nick, let me get your Oregon prediction. What are we doing this weekend?
oh shit, oh man, I don't know. I think I already gave a prediction the last show. I can't remember what I think I actually picked in Michigan, but it's being a homer. But I don't know, man. I'll go Oregon 31. Good guys, 17.
Okay, 30. I think that's my exact prediction. So I hear you, Nick. I hear you. Well, all right, boy. Well, hopefully the Wolverines prove us wrong, and we can celebrate Saturday. All right, my friend.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'll call in. Thanks.
Go blue, Nick. I appreciate you, Nick. Honestly, man. Have a good night, man.
Bro.
My man, Nick. He's one of the early day ones. One of the early day ones. All right, Jonathan Moody. What is up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good, bro. How you doing?
Oh man, doing all right. Just trying to stick through, man. It's a late one. I got to work in the morning.
Bro, my bad, dude. And you've
been you're good, man. I ain't tripping. We're good, man. I was listening to you. You got a lot of fire content tonight, man. You know, I'm pretty excited about it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean,
man.
I just bring it to the table, bro, and hopefully everyone enjoys it.
Yeah, man. This Bryce Underwood stuff has really got me. You know, it's got the juices flowing, man. Because I don't understand it, man. There's a lot of people, and I've heard a lot of crying about it, and I don't think they get what Bryce Underwood brings to the table. Like, he is a dual threat. He is an all-encompassing package, and also the domino effect. Like, you get Bryce Underwood, that's going to bring linemen, that's going to bring receivers, that's going to bring the whole package to Michigan.
Defensive players are going to want to play with Bryce Underwood because they want to win a national championship. You listen, if you're a winning team, right? The spotlight's on you. The scouts are going to see you. Listen, it's not a fluke. I know the kids were talented, but 13 players got drafted off that national championship team. Like, kids want to be a part of that. They want to be a part of a winner. That's what Bryce Underwood. You're right, Jonathan. I mean, it's exactly like, it's not just Bryce Underwood. It's what comes with Bryce Underwood. 1, light at the end of the tunnel. 2, hope, buy-in, belief, and then you get all the talented players around you. The fan base is going to go through the roof. Not only that, guys, this is something that's not talked about enough. The university will make more money with Bryce Underwood than Carter Smith.
Big facts.
Jersey sales, season tickets, beer sales, and this, like, you know what I mean? All the Michigan brand merchandise, everything. Like, guys, it's a big business. You know, there's it's layered. You know, there's way more to it.
Well, and also, like, here's my thing too, man. And I know he's like LSU. I think a big part of him being from Belleville, which is right down the road from Ann Arbor, you know, he probably did want to come to Michigan. But first and foremost, because if you grow up in this state, you're a Michiganer, you're a Spartan. It's kind of that way, you know what I mean? And he probably seen the things and was like, you know, maybe I could go down south because Michigan was kind of in that point, and Jim was always flirting with the NFL and this and that, so it was kind of up in the air. But my pitch, I don't know if Bryce listens to the show or not, but my pitch to Bryce would be this: check it out, man. You can go down to Baton Rouge and be a Bayou Bengal and all that, and that's cool, and you'll have a great career down there and everything. But you don't get to play in the game, bro. And that's the best rivalry in all of sports, bro. And if you etch your name and out of all the rivalry, everybody watches the Michigan Ohio State game. Everybody watches that game. And if you etch your name into that lore, you're a legend forever. Like, period.
No, that's true as hell, man. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Especially, I mean, Bryce got to watch us win it 3 years in a row. I mean, and when he was, I don't know if people know this or not, but when he was younger, he used to have like his team was the Wolverines, and I'm talking about like middle school age, like prep ball. So I mean, it's he's always probably seen it, but yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't disagree, bro. But to some kids, I don't know. I think a lot of kids. You got to remember this too. Like when he was growing up, the SEC was everything until Michigan proved the Big Ten is until Michigan won, the SEC was running the game, bro, and SEC was putting the most players in the NFL. So he grew up with that, right? So I mean, now the narrative has changed, and now you see the Big Ten, and like we obviously saw we saw the game where who was the Big Ten team that beat the SEC team? I don't remember. So early in the year, but anyways,
You talking? Didn't USC beat LSU this year?
That's right.
And guess who beat USC?
Yeah, man, exactly.
Yeah, so there you go, Bryce.
You're right. That's a good point, dude. Yeah, exactly.
And we don't even have you yet. So so that's it right there. You know what I mean? And you can't count games against games. I think that's a clown's game. But what I'm saying is we beat them. You know what I mean? And they do have a high-flying offense over there. But, man, I'll tell you this, man. I think Brian Kelly is a good coach, but he's a choke artist, man.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Brian Kelly is a good coach, but he can't win the big games.
Yeah, he's a choke artist. And here's my thing to Bryce also. Brian Kelly ain't going to be down there. So do you really want to go down there? Because he's going to be on the hot seat, trust me, and he's getting out of there.
Yeah. So he doesn't fit the culture. Apparently, he doesn't put himself he doesn't make an attempt to build relationships and get acclimated to the LSU traditions and culture and all that. So listen, Brian Kelly has been trying to leave LSU as since last year. And I think there's some LSU fans in the comments. They probably won't even believe it, but I know his agent reached out to Michigan. I know that. So,
well, and
those rumors last year were not those rumors last year about Brian Kelly and the Michigan shit. That was not because someone decided to lie.
No, that was big facts. I know someone that knows about that, and also I know someone that knows that Brian Kelly is not really a personable person with his players.
Right.
And he's kind of a dick. And what's that?
That's public. Yeah, there's been some former players who talked about that.
Well, and also Sharon is the exact opposite of that. People love playing for Sharon. So like if you want to talk about coaches that have your back, that are going to be there for you all the time, that actually love you, that's Sharon. Sharon is that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I like the smoke around it. You said you're at about a 64%.
65. I'm at 65.
Man.
Yeah, I do feel good about it. And actually, I think, to be honest, I think the things that are trending with Elijah Dotson, that's no fluke, guys. There's some stuff to that. He visited last weekend. He's coming back for an official. There's some other things that are occurring. Like, listen, it's out the bag now, and it's public, and it's still going. it's still trending. It's still, I do feel good about it. I almost want to up it, but I'm gonna be cautious about it because like I do understand that LSU. I do understand why Michigan is a factor here, and it's not because of the coordinator, the offense, and plus LSU's negative recruiting Michigan, saying they don't develop quarterbacks, they don't develop wide receivers, blah blah blah. Like they're doing everything you would expect them to do to talk bad about Michigan to Bryce. So I mean, I know he's hearing things, so like we'll see. I do lean he will be a Michigan Wolverine though. I do.
Well,
And
my thing,
go on.
I kind of spied on their shit. Their lockdown LSU stuff, man, and they don't have
Bro,
their information right at all, bro. They were saying,
nope.
"Oh, Bryce has never been to
You don't know.
Michigan, and
You
he
don't
he
know.
wasn't at the game, and neither was his family." Like, yeah,
You don't
his
know.
family was at the game.
Bro, he thought Dave Portnoy was the fucking donor.
Yeah,
Like
I
I'm not even
know.
trying to call no one out, and like it is what it is. But like I listened to, so I checked his shit out. He don't know. He's just
Hey, you want to know what it is,
He's reading
TJ?
Peyton Ankos's article on On3, and he thinks Portnoy is the fucking donor. He don't know what he's talking about.
You want to know what it is, TJ?
Huh?
They're panicking, bro.
Oh no! You go check the LSU message boards. They are they are.
Yeah,
When Carter Smith decommitted, it got real.
yeah,
They
they
got
know. Listen, I
their
don't think.
insiders.
I
Well, their
don't think.
insiders are even telling their boards on the LSU boards. They're not saying it's not related to Bryce Underwood.
Well, and that's my thing.
Of
I
course, it's
think.
related to Bryce Underwood. He didn't just decide to decommit. It's because they fucking told him they're going after Bryce Underwood.
Well, and also, I don't think Carter Smith. Here's the thing, dude. I think it's partially right. You're right about how he's like they got a new girl and all that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I think Sharon was real with his family and was probably like, yeah, this is looking really good that we're gonna get Bryce, and we just wanted to be upfront with you. And I think he got pissed. Like he's like, I'm not gonna start over. And even so, like he wasn't gonna start over Jaden Davis anyway if Jaden Davis stayed. He's been in the program for a whole nother year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
man, I'm excited because I know the domino effect is gonna be crazy.
Dude. If this happens, bro,
I think we're gonna do it, TJ. I think we're gonna get it, bro. $10 million. Are you kidding? $10 million, bro?
Bro, if we do it, the breaking news segment's gonna be fucking lit, bro. And we're gonna be I'm making a beer run, bro. We're celebrating. Yeah, we're gonna go nuts. I mean, if it happens, right? When you have Bryce Underwood for 25 and you got Brady Hart for 26, every top player like Savion Hyder, who's the number one running back in the nation, already Michigan's leading for. Every top player in the nation is going to want to come to play for Michigan.
Well,
now it's up to Michigan to land the elite coordinators and the elite coaches to fulfill the true potential.
I think they will. I think if they're going in, well, and here's the thing, and then in no way am I defending Kirk Campbell. Let me first and foremost say that because I've torn him down on your show before. But Kirk Campbell might not be that bad. We just don't have he could have good route trees. We just don't have a quarterback that can see them route trees. You know what I mean? Because he was phenomenal with JJ. JJ did a good job.
Yeah, no. So we have expressed this on the show that because of the quarterback situation, it is magnifying other issues that may not be as bad as they would be with a quarterback, right? So the coaches look worse, the players look worse. Like it compounds in other areas. It definitely has an effect for sure. But all right, Jonathan, let me get your score prediction for this weekend. What do you think is going to go down?
All right, man. I'm going to give you two of them. I'm going to give you I'll give you the bad news and the good news. So the good news is I think there is a way for Michigan to win this game, but they're going to have to do what they did to Ohio State. Michigan is going to have to run the ball and control time of possession and keep that high-flying offense off the field. If they do that, they can be in it. So that's the good news. But what I think will happen, man, I'm going to say 34-21.
34 Oregon?
Yep. 34 Oregon, 21 Michigan.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair score, man. Fair score. Well, hopefully they prove us wrong. The boys get the dub, and we're enjoying a nice victory. But thanks for calling in, Jonathan. Go Blue, my friend.
Yeah, man. Go Blue always, man.
Yeah, go Blue. All right. I got my boy Burks. Get ready, Burks. B-Dub, I see you. Al, I see you. We'll get to you guys. We are actually up against it. We're going to get all 12 of our callers, though. We're actually, what are we like? I didn't even add this. Hold up. 20 away from another hour. I appreciate everyone who's contributed to the show, to the channel tonight. You guys were obviously fantastic. Burks, what's up, dog?
What's up, man? How are you, dude? It's been a
I'm
while.
doing
It's been
fantastic.
like
How
how
are you?
long, man? Like a month now? Like, come on.
A month what?
To last time I talked to you, it's been a while.
I know. What are you
So,
doing, bro? Where you been?
just work and shit like that, But hey, man, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. Lions are gonna win. Like I said, I'm an honest guy,
What?
right?
I
Because
appreciate
Packers are
it.
not a complete team yet. Your team
Well,
looks
what's
like the best team right now. But
all right? So hold on, Burks. Let me just
yeah,
preface the community here. So
yeah.
obviously, I'm a Lions fan. Burks is a Packer fan. We talk shit, and I know Bryce. I know we're talking Michigan, but we're gonna do a little Lions right here. So just forgive us. It's all love, and for all my Michigan and Lions fans, shout out. And if you're not a Lions fan, what the fuck are you doing with your life? But except Burks, we know what he's doing. So anyways, so wait, what's the word with Jordan Love though? Is he playing this weekend?
No, he's not. But to tell you the truth, no,
He's
this is a
not. Wait,
Michigan
has it been is it official? He hasn't been playing, so we're gonna get Malik Willis.
We most likely will. It's not official yet, but like I was saying, this is a Michigan podcast.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know he has
gonna...
a groin injury. I know, but I'm just saying, like, they were trying to get him to play. But go on, Burks. I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. This is a Michigan podcast, so obviously I'm going to talk Michigan stuff. But I'll just say this, right? I'm just going to talk. I'm going to make this fun, all right? And because obviously I only like to talk about Michigan Packers once in a while, but listen, all you guys who are Detroit Lions fans, man, you guys aren't true Michigan fans. Let me tell you why. Right? First of all, your team was founded in Ohio, okay? It was founded in Ohio. You guys wear silver like Ohio State, all right? And let's see here. We wear maize like the Packers wear maize like Michigan. We are the most winningest team. We have the most titles in the Midwest.
We're amazed because you're fucking cheese, bro.
Dude, and we don't have a mascot.
We don't have
a mascot, dude. You guys have what? Rory the lion? What kind of mascot?
Yeah, a fucking lion. He'll rip your face off. What are you talking about? He's mean as shit. He's ferocious.
Oh, and we have alumni, dude. Like
your mascot's cheese. Your mascot is cheese, Burks.
Dude, we got Desmond Howard. We got Charles Woodson, who played on the Packers, man.
I got Barry Sanders.
Similar to Michigan Stadium. You guys literally play in a damn Ford Field, bro. Come on, man.
I hope we Dallas Cowboy your ass, bro. Now I want some pain. Now I'm hoping you call in next Thursday, and it's a tough one for you, man.
Dude, we are the most similar to Michigan.
Jordan Love played though.
Dude, we are the most similar to Michigan, bro. The Packers are the most Dude, we're located in a city that's 100,000 people, just like Ann Arbor.
You wear the same color as little brother.
Dude. Our old uniforms were literally Michigan uniforms, dude. Go search it up. Alternate uniforms.
I know. Listen, I know. But you also had brown pants with those uniforms.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, all you Lions fans here, right? If you guys should just be Packers fans, all right? Because we are the most similar to Michigan. I'm sorry. It's true. All right. We have too many similarities, man. Too many.
Yeah. I was gonna get something, but I don't know what to grab. But listen, man. Enjoy your L this weekend. I'm sure it's fun watching the greatest offense in football. All right, so let me get you honest take here, Burks, and we'll get to Michigan.
Uh-huh.
What is no bullshit, no bias? What do you think about Lions this year? You worried at all about them?
They're literally Super Bowl contenders. They look too damn good. I'm just gonna say that.
Respect. I appreciate that. No, listen, I'll say this too though about the Packers. And we know this. The NFC North is the best division in football.
Oh, of course.
And I was hoping Jordan Love was playing this weekend because I wanted to see where we stood. Like, I do think the Lions are better, but it is on the road. And I wanted to see how we'd match up with you guys, especially because, like, now's the good time to play us because right now we need a pass rusher and we don't have, hopefully they make a trade. I don't know what's going on with Brad Holmes. But, yeah, I hear you, man. But it'll be a good game. We'll have fun. Hopefully, regardless of the outcome, we'll talk next week about it. So what you got on Michigan, my friend?
Yeah, no, just a little quickly. the thing I have about Michigan is this Bryce Underwood stuff. Apparently, I was searching on Google and stuff, the On3 and stuff, and they were saying that the Bryce Underwood package was $5 million, 3 to 4 years. I don't know if you saw
Yeah, I
that,
know.
but
Yeah, they're
and
wrong though.
they're wrong. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I
they're
was just
very wrong. And EJ even confirmed that too. It's more. Even Sam Webb talked about it on he talked
okay
about
because
it
it's
on Dropping
Pete
Dimes.
Nakos and all these people were saying
Yeah,
that.
dude, that I
So
don't know, dude. Well, so what Pete Nakos said in the On3 article
yeah,
was sources told us that it's a deal that is 5 million over 3 years. No, it's not. It's way
it's
more.
much more. Got it.
It's way
And
more.
I
It's way
also want
more.
to say, like, you guys are actually like, there's actually articles of your show, literally. Like, it's talking. John and TJ talked about this and this. Like,
No
you type
shit.
in, yeah, I'm dead ass, dude. I
I
was
didn't
like
know. I don't
typing.
even know, dude.
I'm
I know
typing
sometimes we make the message boards.
yeah. I'm talking. I type in Michigan football news, and then now it's showing up. Voice of College Football said that, and their show, TJ and John, that this, and they quoted it. There's people making articles about your show. You guys are actually the shit now. You
Well,
know.
I think we got to be careful going forward. But I mean, I'm not bringing nothing to the table. Haven't been told. Occasionally I'll give an assumption or two, but I clearly state where I don't know. But I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. I mean, me and John talk about it all the time. Like, the larger our show gets, the more attention it's going to bring, which also comes responsibility. Like, we can't be bringing no bullshit. Like, and anyone who's been with us for day one, Brooks, you've been with us for a minute. You know, a bunch you've been with us. Like, we hit for average. That's all. That's the best thing I can say to anybody is we hit for average. Do we get absolutely everything correct? No. I thought Alex Orji was going to be the quarterback and shit, but or be a good. I mean, I thought he'd be QB1, but he wasn't. But we hit for average. We do pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. And then just score prediction. I probably got Oregon 30, Michigan 20. That's my prediction. It won't be. We're gonna lose, but if
All
we
right.
win, man, I'll be happy, and I'll take a bowl win. Our bowl record isn't that great this year. If we win a bowl game, I'm fine with it. You know, so
Yeah. Shout out Moose. Good night, my friend. I'll sure we'll talk tomorrow. But all right. How about this, bro? What's
yeah.
the score of the Lions Packers game?
Oh, man, it's at Lambeau Field, and we don't really know a quarterback right now. The Packers are not a complete team. That's the problem. Lions are already a complete team. I think they've even reached their ceiling at this point. Without the defensive ends.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't
Because
count
we're
the
not a complete
defensive
team. We don't
ends,
have the pass rush. We don't.
yeah, you don't have the pass rush, right?
We don't.
So, but
If we had
at
Hutchinson, though, shit, it'd be game over.
yeah, they are 100%. So, but who knows? Hutchinson could come in the Super Bowl. That's what they're saying. But I think it'll be Lions 30 and Packers 20. Packers are not a complete team yet. That's the problem. But in the playoffs, they have a potential to upset them. That's where I'll go right now. So yeah.
Absolutely, man. All right, Bergs. Well, hopefully we hear from you Saturday. Hopefully we're celebrating, and it's gonna be a good day Saturday. So go blue,
Yeah,
my
man.
friend.
Hopefully. Take
Enjoy
care, man.
Sunday, Berks.
Yeah, you too.
I'll be thinking about you. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, of course. Same.
All right, man. Have a good
All
weekend.
right,
Peace.
take care.
Go blue.
Yep. You too.
All right, our boy Berks. He's a Packer fan, but everyone doesn't make the best decisions in life, and we accept him anyways. Okay, shout out to you guys because we are doing a 4th hour. And the grand finale is coming in terms of the callers. The great Bambino is on his way. We got Al up next, though. Al's next. And not to say Al isn't great, because Al's great, too. But let me get these super chats. My guy, Texas Wolverine. TJ, we're doing blow at Deja Vu when the commit hits. He's talking about Bryce Underwood. Yeah, I don't, what we going to Ypsilanti, bro? Get some Deja Vu? I mean, let me know. We'll go, and we'll do some talent scouting and all that. Scumbag Steve, listen, Scumbag Steve's a good guy. Unlike Nick's a bad guy. Scumbag Steve's a good guy. He got us the gifted memberships. He put us over into the 4 hours. We appreciate Scumbag Steve. Supreme Man's Michigan needs to run a Lions offense. That's hilarious because that's what I say. I mean, that is the prototypical, and we know this. I mean, everyone knows this. It is the perfect balance of a power run game with a potent air attack. Now, even if you didn't have the architect that is Ben Johnson, just even something that is on par in terms of a balanced run, a balanced pass with a power run game is the perfect offense. And Sharon talks about this. He does. He says he wants a balanced offense. He wants a power run game. I really think, listen, they're looking at the boys in Detroit. I think they do want to emulate it. Get Bryce Underwood, get Andrew Babaloa, get Andrew Olish, get Andrew Marsh, Derek, all these dudes, man. And you can build it as long as you got the right architect at the top. Then we got another one, defend the Natty, beat OSU. Absolutely. It's always at those dudes. And last I checked, we're still 3-0 on those bastards in the last 3 years. So take that. Enjoy the Natty. We appreciate it. Al, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, TJ? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. So I missed a little bit of the beginning of the show, so I'm sorry if I'm a little redundant.
You're all right, man. Go for it. You're good. You're good. It's 4 hours. I don't expect you to be here all. Well,
yeah, it was tough.
Anyone who's been here 4 hours, shout out to you. We appreciate you. Al's a quitter. He wasn't here 4 hours. So
I tried, man. It's hard. It's hard with Halloween today.
It's all right. All right. Respect. All right. That is the fairest. That is fair as hell, man. All good.
For sure. So I'll try to be.
Wait a minute, Al. Were you out getting candy, or do you got a kid?
I have to pass it out. I'm not gonna go get candy.
Oh, you got all right. Hey, you are a responsible member of the community. I appreciate you giving kids Halloween candy. All right. Fair enough. Good pass. You're next. What's up?
All right. So these are gonna be a little bit of kind of loaded questions, maybe, but they're all recruiting. So I'll just try to run through them.
You're good, bro. You're good. Just go. You're good.
All right. So to start, in terms of Bryce Underwood, who would you say was like the first person, like first Michigan reporter to kind of like throw all the numbers out there and stuff? Like, would it have been better to keep it low key if possible, or did it have to come out no matter what?
The numbers never came out. So in terms of numbers,
well, let's not even say numbers. Does it have to come out that we're trying to play ball to get Underwood?
No. Okay. So this is interesting. Okay. So. I would argue, and we can look at the dates here. Our show was actually the first one to name his name because
that's where I got it from.
Yeah, we were the first ones to say to the community that Michigan is aggressively pursuing Bryce Underwood, and the donors are very motivated and doing what they need to do to land this. A lot of people doubted. The very next day, Sam Webb. So our show's on a Tuesday. Sam Webb publishes this on a Wednesday. Now listen, let me just clarify. Sam Webb's not getting his shit from Sam Webb's got his own. I'm not saying no one's jocking on none of that. I'm just saying we brought it to the table Tuesday. The next day, Wednesday, Sam's got his connects. He makes a post Wednesday about fireworks. He never mentions Bryce's name, but anyone who could read between the damn lines knows exactly what was said in that post. I know there's a lot of people who had a hard time deciphering the reality of it, but it was actually pretty clear. If anyone's paying attention, you know the deal. And then EJ Holland started. He didn't bring up the name either, but he basically was trying to shut it down because then the community ran with it, and then the name started getting traction a week later. But Sam never ever said the name till he had to. He always left it, but I mean, it was obvious who it was. It's just, to be quite honest with you, it's almost like it grew a legs of its own and ran. And EJ tried to chill it out. And EJ, and listen, so we've been talking about EJ and Sam and everybody. To EJ's, I'm going to give some credit here. He did say in the beginning of all this, it's best if we don't talk about this, so it does happen.
Yeah.
He tried to chill it out. So, I mean, listen, I respect. But we did. I'll be real. We talked about it. About it.
I completely remember all of that happening. I remember hearing it from your show, then Sam Webb. I remember all of that. But I was like, how did it get so big, like so fast? So I also remember EJ when he was trying to quiet it down, and that's kind of what was in the back of my head. Like, man, we should try to be quiet about it. But at the same time, it's I feel like it's something that has to be talked about. Just like you said, with his agent, it's dumb for them not to talk about it. That's how he's gonna get the most money out of everybody. Well, realistically.
Yes, for the agent, it's a good play. Absolutely. I mean, it's only a positive for. Well, I don't know. I mean, it kind of puts pressure on the family now because it's public. They got, dude. I mean, you don't think? What do you think Underwood's hearing at school, bro?
I can only imagine.
Could you imagine, bro? I could not imagine.
I mean, it was $10 million
Yeah, I
in a
mean,
year. I mean,
I'm sure yeah, I mean, kid's the man right now.
Yeah.
He's been the man for a minute, but yeah. So I mean, it's you know, it is what it is though. It got out, and now here's the good news. It's out. It's public, and it's not. It's still. There's still smoke.
well,
There's still fire.
if you had to choose one, would you say it's better that it got big, or do you think it would have been better if it stayed a little bit, more like on the down low kind of?
It'd be better if it was quiet because Underwood. So from my understanding, they wanted to be respectful about it because he was
Yeah.
committed to another school. And if you allow it to go behind the scenes, quite honestly, it might be cheaper or it might be an easier way. It might be easier to close, but now it's public. Now LSU's fucking ears are up. They're like, oh shit, okay, this is real. At first, they tried denying the shit out of it. If anyone
They
was paying
still are
attention,
though, kind of.
well, let them. They're dumb. Yeah. So initially they're like, oh no, it's not happening. Blah blah blah. It's because things were happening, but they weren't in the know.
Yeah, for sure.
In the beginning, it's not like Bryce is gonna be like, oh, I'm talking to Michigan, or his agent's gonna be like, oh, we're talking. Like,
Yeah,
why
of
would you
course
do
not,
that?
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it got out. I mean, yes, it'd be best if it was
Mhm.
it was on the low.
I mean, it's all good. He's the number one player in the country. Like, what are you gonna do? How are you
yeah,
gonna keep
and now you see it everywhere, bro.
Yeah,
It's like
what are you gonna do?
I think I posted like last week Thursday I did because it became public last week. I was like, it's amazing how everyone's just running with this now. When like initially everyone was doubting it, they were like, no, and I'm like,
I mean, I still remember. I really still remember. It's crazy. That's why I was saying it's crazy how fast it happened. Now everyone jumped on that bandwagon.
Quick. Yeah, it caught fire quick.
I'm gonna stay on Bryce real quick. Let's say that we ended up getting a new offensive coordinator. Is his relationship mostly with Sharon or is it with Kirk Campbell? I don't know if you know that much about it, but
yeah, no. So okay. In the origin of the Kirk Campbell Bryce Underwood relationship, initially Bryce Underwood was being recruited by Matt Weiss. And for
yeah. Okay.
Those who don't know, Matt Weiss is what we would call a terrible recruiter.
Mhm.
And that's being nice.
Yeah.
Like it's worse than terrible. Like garbage. Not a good recruiter, not motivated, wasn't into it, wasn't personable, wasn't trying to build. He was an X and O's guy, not a relationships guy. So he leaves Michigan, and then Kirk Campbell becomes the new quarterbacks coach. He builds the relationship with Bryce Underwood, and because of Kirk Campbell starting this relationship with Bryce Underwood, it actually opened the door to Bryce Underwood having interest in coming for visits and learning more and being courted by Michigan. Because before, and this is and Sam Webb had this, it was done. They had no interest in Michigan because they didn't like Matt Weiss, and it wasn't a good relationship and all of that. Kirk Campbell actually opened the door a long time, like when he got hired.
Yeah.
But then over time, LSU still won out, obviously, like over the summer and all that, because I believe he wanted to make a commitment on his grandma's birthday, if I'm remembering that correctly, which was in January of last year. And I think it was his grandma's birthday. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think it was that though. So he committed to LSU, and but so he does have a relationship with Kirk Campbell. But like, I also think he looks at the offense, and I think he's like, well, get me somebody. Listen, it's possible they make a change before signing day.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not saying, listen, I want to just stress this, like I got to make sure, like, I know we're getting some buzz. So I got to make sure I'm clear here. I'm not hearing that. I'm just assuming that it's potentially possible. Like, let me give you an example. Remember when USC fired their head coach and then players like Bomani Jackson reopened their recruitment? Well, then they swung for the fences and got Lincoln Riley before National Signing Day. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that it will happen. I'm saying this could happen. These things happen, and if you want to impress Bryce, you go get an architect of an offense is what you go do.
Do you know of any possible offensive coordinators, or can you not say that?
Off top, no, I don't know. Okay. I have no idea. Like right now, I don't have any names. That stuff usually becomes names start to rise towards the end of November.
I mean, I don't know if this might sound crazy, but I me personally, I would rather take the chance and try to get an amazing offensive coordinator. And I don't think, I mean, I don't know, but I don't think Bryce would have that amazing of a relationship with Kirk where he was like, if Kirk's not there, I'm not coming. I think $10 million and an amazing offensive coordinator would be a better scenario. But I mean, it's hard to
I
tell,
think
you know?
here's what I think. You want to know what I think gets it done? I don't know why I haven't said this. I probably should have. Like, what do I think gets it done? So these are things we should look for. Michigan keeps building this class like they're doing.
Yeah.
They keep getting these guys committed. Earls is next. We'll see what they do with the Wasu Boateng this weekend. We got
Well, I was
Bradley
just going to ask you
Gompers.
about that, actually.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
Okay, yeah, cool.
But you keep building this class. You turn it into a monster. Okay. Then you go and get yourself a legit ass offensive coordinator,
Mhm.
and then you land the deal.
I'm with you on that.
That's how you get Bryce Underwood. Now,
Yeah.
so if we see this class building with the momentum, this is a good sign.
Mhm.
And Michigan does know they got to build. Like, that's Underwood has said he wants to be a part of a very strong class.
Yeah.
From my understanding. So, you know, it matters. It's, you know, you don't want to, you know, if the class isn't up to par, there's a lack of interest. But the good news is this class is actually pretty good. We have a pretty good class right here. It's actually a very strong class.
Oh,
so
definitely. But
I think what
that's
is
why
it even ranked? I don't even really know. I gotta look.
But
But
that's
it's a
why
strong class.
I'm with you in terms of I would rather build and get a new offensive coordinator than be like, okay, we got Bryce because of Kirk. Let's just keep Kirk. I'm not following that at all. Like,
I'm not sold that happens.
Well, good, because I'm not following that. And I want to get to the EJ Holland article. I'm not sure if you guys touched on that already, but the
Which
one where
one?
I didn't read it. I just saw the headline of where he was kind of saying like we're becoming transactional and something like that. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't, but I mean, I'm aware of like there. All right, so EJ used to not think. If I have a critique of EJ, it would be he didn't buy in to, and this is another thing that our show was ahead of.
Mhm.
I bring it up probably too much. I need to stop bringing it up. But in May, our show knew that they were paying players and portal recruits. And we brought it to the table, and there was really like people didn't believe. It was another one of those doubting situations where it didn't. And then about 3 weeks later, and a lot of people can ask you, and if Detroit Kyle's watching, he's one of them because he didn't believe it. But then over time, it proved to be true, and that's one of the ways we gained some credibility in the space. But EJ has been, oh, well, Michigan doesn't really do NIL. Yeah, they offer some packages for some kids, but they don't really. But I mean, the reality is, no, Michigan has been doing NIL. They've been paying players that weren't doing that. And then, you know, anyways, EJ recently has changed that position, or, you know, and we are buyers. And not only are we buyers, we're top of the food chain. Like we're not just an NIL school. We're one of the big sharks in the water right now. And not only that, we're biting other sharks' tails off right now. Like we're biting Auburn's fucking tail. We're biting who else? Georgia. We're about to get Shamari from Georgia. Yeah. Georgia. Oh my God. Georgia countered, and it still wasn't good enough.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, okay. So, all right. When he commits, I'll tell him more about it.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything until he commits.
Well, the whole thing with that article was, even if he didn't mean it in a bad way, what it seems like is obviously everyone knows like him and Sam Webb, and it just seemed like he was like kind of salty about the whole situation with the Carter Smith thing, and now Bryce. And the way he said it was like Michigan prides himself on being transformational, and now they're transactional. And I'm like, I mean, why? Like, you're a Michigan, supporter. Like, it just didn't sound right. And I like EJ, so I was like, that's not really the best way of making a headline for an article. You know what I mean?
Well, because it's a big deal though. We are officially a transactional school, I guess. I mean, we've been a transactional school though since Sharon Moore. Actually, to be real with you, since January when our players were being poached, Michigan started getting its shit together. And I was telling our community, I was like, guys, where we have come from 4 months ago. Like last year, we had a $4.5 million NIL budget.
Yeah,
they got up to $12.5 million in January.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like they tripled it. They tripled it in January, and that was to protect the roster. And then they had goals. I know that I knew in the summer their goal was to reach 15. They're surpassed 15. They're way past 15 million now. I don't know what the true number is right now. From my understanding, it's an open. From my understanding, it's an open fucking pocketbook right now.
Especially
Like,
for
there is
Bryce,
not.
at least. Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Not
totally.
just
Oh, altogether. Okay.
bro. There's a reason there's a wave of top recruits right now. There's a reason why we have so much traction, because it's not like, listen, we're not gonna like pay stupid contracts for every player, right? Now, I shouldn't use that word. Like, we're not gonna pay these extraordinary. Like, Bryce is unique. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is these top players, we're looking to bag. We're looking to get them. Like, we're looking to close. And the donors, it's not like, oh, we have X amount of money. It's okay, what do we need to do to get it done? It's like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not like, oh, we only have a $20 million budget. No. It's, what do we need to do? What do you need from us to get it done? That's where from my understanding, that is where the collective is right now. Or I'm sorry, the donor base is right now. The donor base is just, let us know, we'll handle it.
Wow, that's amazing to hear. Wow.
Yeah, it is actually pretty amazing.
So I just have 2 quick questions that kind of go hand in hand. So we already talked about Nathaniel Boateng. I know obviously he's coming. I think I believe it's this weekend, or he's coming soon, whenever it is. But have you heard anything else about that other than him just making the visit, or is that pretty much like the big news?
It's trending well.
Okay,
that's
good.
That's what I know. I know it's listen. This was not a planned visit. This wasn't like
great, yeah.
This visit occurred this week.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this was not a planned, like, this wasn't like him talking to a reporter a month ago saying, I'm going to visit Michigan on November 2nd. No. This was, we got to build a class, then call the top dudes and let's build a fucking class. That's where we are right now. So
wow, that's huge.
Yeah, no, they are going like the Bradley Gompers. Like I'm telling you, like, one of the players I'm serious. We really need to talk about more is Bradley Gompers. The linebacker.
I like him.
Dude, he is a very good, like, this kid's a top 100 level talent. I know his consensus rankings in the 200s. 247 is the best out of all the ranking services. And I know some people prefer on 3. Like, in my opinion, the most accurate, and I have issues with all of them, by the way, but the most accurate of the ranking services is 247. I think they have the strongest process in terms of ranking. It's flawed. It has its flaws, and that's another show for another day. But they have him at 104, and I 100% see a top 100 level player on tape, man. I mean, he's good.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised a lot of sites don't, to be honest. He has the build, the height. I mean, the body.
I think
strength,
kids get lost in the cracks, man. I think it's, to be honest, let's be real though. It's a tough job to rank all these kids. You know how much film you got to watch, and then on top of that, you got to see these kids in public. And not only that, you have different scouts in different regions. So it's not the same eyes on every kid.
Yeah.
So you're getting subjective perspectives. Like it's. I mean, it's not a sign. I mean, it's not easy to rank all these kids. So I'll give them some credit. It's you're ranking thousands of kids.
That's true.
That's not easy.
Well, that went with my last point about our recruits. If we play, terrible this week, do you think it makes a difference? Like, or do you think that pretty much it's like we're basically like accepting the fact that we're not going to be that great this year, and we're just trying to build a great class? You know what I'm trying to say?
If we play terrible, it doesn't help.
It doesn't help, but you think it's going to make or break it?
No, because here's why. Because what is being sold, and this is the same thing. If anyone remembers the 2020 year, terrible year.
Mm-hmm.
One of our best classes, that was the JJ McCarthy class.
Yeah.
That was the class that was the cornerstone to the national championship. And what was being sold is, we are the difference. We will change it, right? We are the ones who will, everyone knows JJ's speech. I don't have it memorized, but essentially JJ told everybody to relax. Everyone's working hard, and like all that's, we all know that one of the greatest quotes in Michigan history. And now look, do we have anyone giving that quote right now? No, we don't. But the same message is being sent to these kids. Like, look, we need you to help us turn this around. And we believe that with you, we can obviously, and kids will believe that, because at some of these other schools, for example, they're not going to be instant starters or early starters. They're going to be on depth charts like Georgia, for example. Shamari Earls is coming here to be an impact player and a cornerstone player, where at Georgia, he's going to be a corner on the depth chart.
Yeah.
As talented as he is. But you got to understand, like we all know, Georgia recruiting is typically first or second every year. Like it's top 3 every year, you know?
Yeah.
So they are loaded. Michigan has an opening. Will Johnson's going to the draft. There's opportunity here.
That's true.
You know,
fair.
so
Yeah,
that's
no,
what they're selling. There's
yeah, that makes
opportunity.
sense.
So kids want to come to us because listen, here's the thing too. They all saw us win a national title. They all saw us get 3 playoffs in a row and beat Ohio State 3 years. Like they've seen our success. They know, they're aware that there's a, you know, like what is being like, we need you to help us. Like if we had you, we would be able to turn this around. That's the pitch.
And I think that's a pretty easy pitch with what they're doing right now. And our class is getting very well, especially, I mean, I know this is all 2025, but our 2026 class is looking amazing too so far, especially what it might be. So, I mean, I'm sure everybody could look at what we're building. I mean, to me, it's not that hard of a pitch. It just depends on if the kids really like Michigan and if we're offering the right amount of money, pretty much.
What makes it tough is there is some imagination or belief you need, because who is the offensive coordinator next year?
That's what we need.
Now,
that's why I keep saying we just need to get rid of it. I feel okay.
If you're Bryce, or I'm not going to sell this. I'm not going to go into what I was going to say.
Don't say what you're about to say, because I already know what it was, and I agree.
Yeah. Like
I agree. Just don't please.
Like, but you got to have some belief to you got to have some trust. That's really the word. That's the word. It's not belief. It's trust. You have to be able to trust that Michigan. And I do listen, and let me just also say this though. I do believe Michigan's going to freaking do whatever it needs to do. Like I have said that to everybody. I've said that to everybody for weeks. I said actually F that. I've said that for months. I've said since we've had a bit of a dip here in terms of the results on the field. I was like, guys, and everyone knows this. I'm like, look, with failure comes change. Okay. And you are no question seeing it. You see a university who's looked in the mirror, and now they're making, you see an athletic department, you see a collective structure who has looked in the mirror and they said, all right, game on, let's fucking go. This is some bullshit. Not no more.
I hate to say it, but it needed to happen. Sadly, it did.
It could be a blessing in disguise, bro.
It is.
Because now we are the bully on the block again.
And I like it. So it's all good.
In terms of the collective. So yeah, it's good to see. All right, give me your prediction this weekend, my friend.
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to say
hold on, no, time out. Did you have any more questions before?
No, I want to say thank you for taking all my questions. Actually, I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're all right. Well, thank you for calling in, man. I appreciate you.
Now on the bad news part, I have a feeling it'll probably be around 35-17 or 35-20 possibly, but Oregon winning, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully the boys again prove us wrong and get the dub, and we can have a great Saturday night. But thanks again, Al, for calling. Appreciate you, bro. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace out, my friend. All right. B-Dub is next, but let me get to these. Let me get to the man, the myth, the legend, B-Dub. Let me get to. All right, so go blue, fly Eagles, fly. You're an Eagles fan. They see you in the playoffs, bro. Okay, so thank you for becoming a member, bro. Greatly appreciate that. Even if the Eagles are your favorite team and we see you in the playoffs, call in. We could talk that ish. You know what I'm saying? All right. Shout out to my boy Detroit again. My boy Detroit Kyle, friend to the program, no doubt. TJ and John don't miss. Absolutely tapped in, and they're always 3 steps ahead of everyone in the space. I'm a believer. Elite work, fellas. Appreciate you, man. Honestly. Yeah, Kyle's been around for a minute, and we appreciate him, man. Thank you, Kyle. And thank you, everybody. Everybody, like, honestly, everyone who has contributed tonight, thank you. Appreciate you. You guys are helping us achieve our goals as a channel, as well as the network, too. So thank you, everybody, for that. We have another caller. I'm going to get beat up on here in a minute. Obviously, we got 30 more minutes till the show's done tonight, and you guys have turned this into a great show. I want to thank everybody who's watched. Please like the video. Share the video if you can. Like the video, definitely. Thank you, everyone who has commented. Everybody who has contributed, everyone who's called in, everyone who's waited in line who called in. I know sometimes it's a long wait. Like B-Dub here is waiting fucking forever, probably in his head's like, get to me. So he's shaking his head behind the screen right now. But yeah, again, thank you everybody for being a part of the channel, man. And then listen, we're gonna keep going, and we're here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So you F with us, we F with you. We appreciate it. B-Dub, what's up, man?
What's up? Go Blue, smash. Let's go.
What's up, my guy?
What's up with Nick, man? What? I mean,
Like,
I've never
yow.
seen Nick so like. I agree. Was he a Fed? Did he have a wire on? He wanted you to
Like
confirm
questioning me?
nor do you confirm or deny?
Yeah.
Okay, EJ
I
and
don't know.
Sam. And I was
Nick
just like, what is happening right now, Nick? What are you doing?
No, Nick was just he's trying to get some information out of me, I guess. I don't know, man.
I guess so. I
Yeah,
was
it's all up.
that's funny.
With Nick, you never know, bro. Sometimes he'll come with the most wild shit, but then other
Yeah,
times
he has wild takes, right?
shit.
He'll go on tangents and shit like that. But I'm like,
Bro.
what was this?
I mean, the kid knows ball. I mean, I love Nick.
Yeah.
Nick is definitely I would say one of our pillars to the channel, man. Just like you are, obviously you the man. No shirt Moose. Where's my commenters? Why is no one? The commenters are slacking, bro. Typically we got some no shirt Moose going on, but no one's. I think they went to bed. I think they went to bed. But anyways,
Yeah,
so
Moose went to bed. He says his phone is dying or something.
Yeah,
he behind the paint, bro. But I got all the recruiting updates. I'm all good on that shit. I'm like we'll go.
Sure,
we'll
bro.
see
You
what
don't want to know
happens.
about Bryce Underwood or Awasu Boateng?
I'm sold, dude. No, all I know is that Moose better get his boyfriend here, bro. Because Brian Marie, bro, is doing jack shit all year.
Okay, you better clarify that comment because I know what you're talking about, but they don't know what you're talking about. All right, so for those who don't know, Moose loves the Awasu Boateng.
Yes.
And
as soon as those photos came out, bro, Moose was like,
I know, dude. As soon as it became public about him visiting, I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, your boy's coming, bro." Yeah, Moose loves the Awasu Boateng. So yeah, fucking we'll see if the boys can close this weekend. I think this is a strong weekend to make some noise with that. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully,
I think win or lose. I think if we're willing to give out the money, I think the play time and change will I think will help in general for our class if that's the case.
Yeah, Boateng does like the recruiting process. I agree, Kinetic.
I can't stand that guy. I honestly cannot, dude. I can't take him serious in anything he does. Boateng. I can't take his social media, dude, is something like a model, bro. Just like I'm at Colorado, guys. I'm at Miami, guys.
Every visit he goes on, it's the greatest. He's hyping it up, bro. He's hyping up all the fan bases. He's one of those who enjoys the process, bro.
Yes, yeah, right. And then you got the opposite, which is Andrew Babalow, and you don't know where he is, if he's in a basement locked up somewhere or what, right? You just didn't know.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, I want to talk a little bit about the game, I guess. I mean, I was talking in the Twitter space on.
You did a 4-hour show and no one talked about the game. Ain't that some shit?
I know. I mean, you gotta talk about I understand recruiting. I know it's exciting because that's all we got right now. I totally get it.
And just so everyone knows, like I love it. I'm all about recruiting. But like it's funny because like I was gonna have like I said earlier in the show, I was gonna have our Oregon guys on here to talk about the game. But I literally texted them earlier today. I was like, bro, we don't they don't want to hear it. They want to talk about recruiting. So we're just gonna cancel it. I'll just do this show and we'll do some
I know, right? It sucks, right? It's one or the other, right? Either talk about what's more positive, right? That's just what's gonna be. What's more positive? Is it gonna be recruiting or is it gonna be the game? And right now it's recruiting, sadly, right now, because
I mean, it's not sad though. I mean, it's recruiting's fun, bro. I mean, I love now. It's beautiful when you're winning and recruiting's like A1. But whatever. Listen, man, if Michigan's able to pull everything off, who gives a shit? I don't even care. Like it is. We got our natty. I'm feeling good. I'm comfy. My
I'm
shirt's
feeling
nice.
good. I'm curious. So, like,
you don't wear
think?
A shirt, I'm sure you got a national championship shirt.
I do actually. I wore it today. Trick or treating. Yeah, I got the shirt and the hat. So I was the Natty fan with my kid who was Paw Patrol. It was Chase, the police dog thing. He was real cute, but
Yeah,
nonetheless.
dude. Hey, no. I got. Oh, so you went trick or treating today with your kid?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Bro, tell me, and commenters in the chat, let me know. Are you guys seeing less trick or treaters? Because
It
like
depends where you're
our
at,
our
honestly.
neighborhood is like not a lot of trick or treaters anymore. But like when I was a kid, there was there was kids everywhere. I don't see it.
Yeah, it is a weird thing, honestly. Like, yeah, it's honestly, I think it's just years. So many years go by, dude, and I think it's, I don't. It's it's very complicated, sort of, because you got to think about when you're a kid with all the other kids. Eventually, the parents may stay there. They may sell their house. Once they sell their house, all right, new family comes in. Hopefully, they got kids. Right? It sort of repeats itself. So I would say that takes like possibly 8 years, possibly, to get some kids. In the neighborhood I live in, yeah, it's sort of I go into like an off, what was it, like a side street, whatever, that runs along 94. So like it's sort of like the off ramp, whatever, of 94. And so my street's sort of like one way, and so I don't get too many kids around here. We get like 3 large groups, and that's it. So what we actually do, we go further into Grosse Pointe, and we go where all like there's a lot more stacked up homes with more families and shit. And they actually have a lot of trick or treat. Hell, they shut down a street over there for
Yeah.
the trick or treaters, which is cool.
Yeah, it seems
So
like a lot of parents take their kids to like certain areas. It's no longer
yeah.
like a neighborhood free for alls anymore.
Yeah, it's sort of like you got to have the neighborhood like to get into it, kind of thing. Around here, I think it's more rental property, so some people don't give a shit sometimes, and they may not have like do their own
That's
trick or
another
treating.
thing, too. There's less people giving out. I've noticed that too. There's less people with their porch lights on. Like, dude, when I was a fucking kid, man, I would used to fill bags and then go get more bags.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Switch up the costume and shit. No, I totally agree with you on the trick or treater. Yeah,
No,
because
switch the
we
costume.
missed
Hell
a
no,
few.
I don't switch the costume. Who's got time for that? I don't got time for that.
I
Moose has like 3 different masks going to the same house. Oh, they got the Reese's.
remember one kid who actually
Reese's.
did that. He actually switched out. He had 3 costumes, bro, and I was like, damn, bro, that was impressive.
Yeah, dude, that's funny. So, all right, let's talk some football, bro. Fucking,
Let's talk
so
football. Yeah,
what
what's
do you got, man? What do you
like
got?
so my question is like my thing is I'm starting to have doubts of Wink, and I was all for the Wink fan club and defending Wink, and then the Michigan State game happened. I was like, eh. And then Kirk Campbell, I feel like we should demote him and get a new OC. Don't know who that new OC is. I would like the OC to be Sharon, but I mean, I doubt that might happen. But um, I don't know. I just have doubts of Wink. Like I mean, I after watching the round table today, it sort of confirmed my doubts because I was like, dude, what? Like, how are they just destroying us running this fucking ball, bro? And like Wink is all doing all crazy shit, and it is them obviously, manhandling us somewhat. But like the whole Mason Graham thing and stuff, and I was all for it. I was like, all right, it's something different, yada yada. But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I think Seth put it really good there. Was like he's just outplaying himself. He's just like trying to make something happen when there's nothing to be had. You're getting got, bro. Like it's
Yeah.
3rd and long. You're getting got. Now I understand some of that is back end stuff, right? Totally. I understand a lot of that sometimes is on Zeke Berry, right? Who sadly is trying to grow into that slot. And in slot, you don't have any help, right? So I
Yeah.
get that.
Well,
But
what's interesting is the lack of development. Now, granted, let me qualify. I think I see development in Houseman and Barham. They're definitely improving, but there
yeah.
seems to be a regression with Makari Page, a possible regression with Will Johnson, and Zeke Berry has been hot and cold, right?
Yeah.
Jair Hill, though,
And
I
then
will say,
Hill's been hot and cold. I think he's been doing a little
it's his
better
first
for
year
sure.
starting, though. There's more leeway for that.
Huh?
It's his first year starting, so there's more like
Yeah.
But I think Jair Hill's actually played really good for his first year starting.
Yeah. I was saying in the Twitter space, Hill plays a lot. He's right. I see what they see because he plays so fast downhill that in the quick screen game and any type of line of scrimmage type of plays, he can be 10 yards out and he'll close in a fucking hot second. So I think they see the speed he provides. It's just in coverage though, and God, I mean, in zone coverage is where he needs to obviously get better, right? You know, he's that player in say football where like man coverage is like 90, but like zone coverage like is like 65, maybe. You know, like you don't know what you're gonna get. But because he has speed. I see the speed that Hill has. And but Barry said, yeah, I mean that so again, that goes back to my point I've always made. It was like Lamar Morgan, this guy do a better job with these guys. I know he's recruiting real well off his ass, but you also got to show promise.
But dude, then the question is because like I don't know. But then the question is this. This is what I mean by this. Like, is it a product of Lamar Morgan or is it a product of Wink's scheme?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer. And then to my guy out here who says Will has not been horrible, I agree. I'm not saying Will has been bad. I'm saying I anticipated a more dominant year. Like there was times where we saw Will get caught a little bit. You know, he got bit. He bit on a few things and got beat. Like I anticipated.
But
listen,
see,
Will's a top 10 pick. I'm not knocking.
Yeah,
like,
I think the Will thing. Yeah, I mean it showed this year, but I think Will, I think we all said was pushing the envelope of like everyone's hearing the news and he wants to make sure the news is right. He wants to make sure, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm a top 10. Look at this shit. And yeah, okay, he's got 2 pick sixes, right? But he's also been injured for like 4 games or something, right? So it's like, it sucks. Obviously, you see the good with the bad. You like to see more good happen, but sadly he's been injured. So I get that.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting that we didn't talk about. I read that potentially the injury report's going to be interesting this weekend.
Oh, please no, dude. These injury reports, bro,
and
coming out like an hour before the fucking game, and you're just getting like hopes just going out the fucking window sometimes.
Hey, so first let me give a shout out to Dependent Fanatic, 5 likes away from 100. And then also John, my co-host and co-pilot. We're 100 and obviously joining the show. Where you at, John? Just checking in, bro. We've been here for 4 hours, man. We're now 100 and we are only so for those who don't know, and John, I didn't do the graphic, but we have for anyone who's a new viewer, we have this graphic. I didn't update it. We typically show it on the Tuesday show. We'll probably show it on Saturday's show, but we have this Kenneth Grant chase down tracker where we are trying to catch Ohio State within the network. So we have an Ohio State channel on the Voice of College Football Network. F those guys. They are 100. They were 1,500 away from us. We've tracked their ass down. We have Kenneth Grant chasing Ryan Day in this graphic. And we are currently only 160 subscribers away from catching Ryan Day and surpassing Ohio State as the second largest channel in the network. So if you guys, anyone who's unsubscribed, you enjoy the content, you like the show, or you hate Ohio State, so if there's any Oregon fans watching this or any LSU fans, I know you're watching, you hate Ohio State, we hate Ohio State, help us out, subscribe to the channel. No one likes Ohio State, even Ohio State fans.
I won't be honest, this year though, I mean, Kenneth Grant, dude, I think he looks better than Mason Graham, quite honestly. I think Mason Graham is quicker and more destructive, but Grant, dude, I'm gonna be honest, for a guy his size, NFL is going to love that because his ass runs and he runs hard. I saw him run. I mean, sadly, he was trying to run down the running back or whoever down the sideline. He broke free a bit and he was out there. I was like, damn, Grant's still out there. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think they've actually both played well. Shout out to Beats and Trees for the 100th like. We appreciate it. Fuck Ohio. I've said it before, but Minter recommended Morgan because he understood Minter's scheme. But Wink doesn't. We are 100% on the same page. Yes,
true.
Wink is not running Jesse Minter's scheme. No, it's not. It does not have the coverage disguises. It's definitely lacking the complexity. I mean, there is a complexity to the back end of the defense, but the reality is this defense appears to be adding more complications to the back end of the defense than Jesse Minter's more complex NFL ready defense. Like there's players who are doing miscommunication.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
It is wild, bro.
But what's weird? But I mean, well, honestly, what sucks though? Honestly, I understand that we play so well downhill. We stop so well on the run game because you see, sadly, when he got carted off, was it Brandon Hillman? He got carted. I mean, I don't know if that was serious or not, or how that was looking, but no, he played really good downhill, like Hillman was. But
Yeah, yeah.
our biggest gripe this whole year has been our pass, just all fucking season long. It's like, what can we do to solidify it? Like, why
Yeah,
can't we get Wink and Morgan on the same page?
our pass defense was ranked what 150. It might even I don't know what it is now, but it was ranked 115th in the nation. Also, I want to give a shout out to Texas Wolverine. He's another savage. We got a few savages in these chats. They're fucking hilarious. I like our community, man. We got a nice group of people, man. Shout out to the community. We appreciate all you, man. No, I agree with you, man. This pass defense, man. I don't know. And guess what, dude? We're going against a pretty aggressive air attack.
I know. That's why I said that the key this game is, I think, is two players. I think it's going to be at right tackle, Evan Link. Let's see if he holds up for the whole game, because there ain't no replacement. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I don't know if Percy's any better. And
Yeah.
then I don't know if I think he's healthy. And then I don't know. And Zeke Berry. I think those are the two keys, right? If those players play well, that means that that's giving us a chance, one, in coverage, and two, pass offense, right? Because I think it's going to be huge against their defense, which I think that the sum is better than its parts, right? They play very cohesive, and I think that's going to be huge to be able to have pass offense, be able to block well.
Yeah, let me answer this question to Ripstar. All right, so Lamar Morgan was with Jesse Minter at Vanderbilt. Lamar Morgan is a disciple of Jesse Minter's defense at Vanderbilt, not Louisiana. We got Lamar Morgan from Louisiana, but they actually worked together at Vanderbilt. Jesse Minter did recommend. So Sharon Moore reached out to Jesse Minter, and he asked him if he had recommendations for position coaches, and Lamar Morgan was one of the ones who yeah, I see the comment here. Was one of the ones who was Jesse Minter was like praising through. He's like, this dude's sharp, he's good. And I look on the recruiting trail, bro, he's crushing it. So I'm not sold that the troubles on the back end are Lamar. I'm not sure if it's Lamar Morgan or if it's Wink. I'm not sure. I don't know. Something's off though.
Yeah, but I agree. I'm just doubtful of Wink and if he's going to make it after this year, just because of. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a defender because I want the players to execute. I want the coaches to coach and all that shit. But it just doesn't seem like it's statistically. It's not. It'd be one thing if you're Don Brown and you statistically do fantastic all year long and then get smoked because your defense is so cookie cutter easy to beat, except for when you face Ohio State. Okay, you get leeway, you get a leash, but you're in 1 year, you have some decent talent, and then it just statistically just does not show very well. So I don't know what Sharon Moore is going to do. That's a good question. I just don't know.
Yeah,
Obviously, we could probably turn to some people in the Ravens, I would assume. Maybe a linebacker coach, secondary coach.
That right there is something I've thought about. We now have, I don't know. Again, we're just speculating, but we now have access to 3 NFL coaching staffs: Ravens, Seattle, and the Chargers.
That's
And
right.
you better believe, especially because we have coaches who literally went through this career path where you give them a position coach, you give them a coordinator opportunity, and they thrive.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. You want to probably take the best secondary coach that anyone's got out of those 3, and I mean they could. I mean, let's be honest. Looks like Clinkscale. It may be because he went to Chargers, right, as a DP coach, correct?
Yeah. Well,
so there you go. He may get a shot, huh?
That's a really good idea, bro. Didn't Quickscale get I think he got hit with the NCAA cheeseburger shit, didn't he? Because he was
Oh,
helping.
he did.
Remember,
Yeah, for the
he helped
texting.
someone make an Instagram account. Get the fuck
Yeah,
out of here.
yeah, some social media shit.
And
But
he
it was
what was
minute. It was very
the other thing was
small.
stupid as hell, bro. Like, what are we doing? Whatever.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
Nuber here, he had a question. He goes, TJ, don't leave us hanging with that injury report comment. We are okay, so we'll see. We'll see. But we may be in business decision season. Okay. And if
This is like a Will Johnson like thing.
I'm not saying
Maybe.
shit. I'm just
Yeah, I
simply saying
gotcha.
we may be in business decision season. I don't know. I'm not. All I'm saying. The injury report might be interesting. We may be in business decision season, so we'll see. I don't know. We'll
I
find out.
got you.
I don't
Maybe
know.
other
I don't
players.
know
I
any
got you.
specifics on players. I just know that it's in quote the injury report could be interesting this weekend. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't
So
know.
if there's
I'm
so
not
possibly
guaranteeing anything.
someone
I'm just
new
sharing
that maybe we
what I'm
didn't know
thinking.
about.
What up?
Gotcha. I said maybe someone new that wasn't injured before but is now.
We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out together Saturday. The report comes out before the game. We'll find out.
I hope not. I was hoping to try and I was hoping to like give this an honest shot, dude. So my thing is this. I was thinking about that. What if like all of a sudden Mason Graham's like, bro, dude, I got this fucking cold, bro. Like, you're gonna fake a cold through the whole fucking week? Like, or flu or something, right? Like, you're gonna fake some shit or whoever's gonna do it, and then come game day, like, oh, dude, I just can't go, coach. I just can't. Like,
Well,
what? Like, how's that
to
gonna go?
Bleak or my hammy or like yeah. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not assuming shit. I'm not attributing. I mean, I probably shouldn't even have brought it to the table, but I do bring things to the table. Yeah, we'll see. I don't have name. I'm not throwing any names, and I'm not accusing anyone of shit. I'm just simply saying it could be an interesting injury report and it's business decision season. That's all I'm saying. We'll find out
I
together.
hope
Though.
not.
I don't really truly know specifics on players. I just have been
Gotcha.
told it's business decision season. Business decision season, and the injury
Do you
report
know
could be
what's
very.
going on with Mangum? Do you have any info on Mangum at all? Like, what
No, I
he's
don't.
been doing?
No, I don't. I don't think he's injured either. I don't know. I mean, I know. What I know is when they got him from Michigan State, that they felt he would be a depth piece and not a starter, even though he was one of Michigan State's best defenders. The true value to Mangum is I think he has 3 years of eligibility, so they really did bring him in with a future long-term view in terms of
Well, he's been
helping
out since
him.
I believe Texas, so I just don't understand what's going on with him. That's weird.
I don't know. I can't say I know on that. I have no idea.
Yeah, that sucks. That's annoying.
Yeah, I
I
agree
hope
with
it's
it
all
too.
business.
We need a new strength and conditioning coach. Actually, yeah, I think we
What
do.
does that have to do? I don't understand. I don't. It would be one thing. My thing is strength and conditioning for me would be a. It's hard to say because the offense is to complement the defense. So you could say, okay, we're getting run off the field in the fourth quarter. That could be a strength and conditioning thing. But players getting injured, I don't understand how that's a strength and conditioning thing. That's something where you have to have stamina and strength late into the game. So you should be prepared for that. I think this would be a good thing to see if Mason Graham and Grant hold up throughout the whole year, which they have. So I think that's somewhat of strength and conditioning, is it not? I don't know.
Okay, so all right.
Fuck you, Trojan. Fuck you. Ain't never gonna happen.
Oh, it's so
Enjoy
funny.
that season of yours, my man.
Hey, we'll
And
take.
that
Hey,
O
we will take
line.
the super chat. We will take it. I don't know if it's going to be used for his shirt though. He refused.
Trojan, dude.
He's a fucking
Trojan
bull.
fight, bro. You're gonna
You
come
put
on our
shirts on
show?
bulls, bro. Bulls don't wear shirts.
Fuck
But
no, we don't.
yeah.
Sure as
But
fuck got an O line
yeah,
and
dude.
donors.
But back to the strength and conditioning coach. What I've seen is players look tired going into the second half. Now there's a lack of depth, so you have players playing a higher snap count, which I know that contributes to it, no question. But still, I mean, I see a lot of guys with their hands on their hips, and at the same time, Herbert was arguably the best strength and conditioning coach in the world for football.
I would
Now, I
agree
don't
with
know
that.
about
Yeah.
wrestling or whatever. Like, there's probably
Yeah.
some savage out there, I'm sure. But what I'm just saying, like, in terms of football, there's a reason why Herbert's now the highest paid by far strength and conditioning coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
With the most
Maybe we can try and poach
responsibility.
him. Maybe we can try and poach him this offseason.
No,
I don't know. Harbaugh would never allow that, but
no.
still, man. I mean, I'm hoping for the best. I don't know. It'd be one thing if the offense complemented more the defense. I would like to see that be better to where, okay, maybe our defense isn't always gas all the fucking time. You know, maybe we don't let up as many points. I don't know. That's how I see that. But
Yeah, we'll see.
but no,
I mean,
yeah.
I'll say this though, with Justin Trust's defense, the weight gain and weight loss was actually very similar to what we had the last few. Like, dudes really put on some good weight.
Yeah,
And
I would
they
agree.
really did fill their bodies and get to good playing weight. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's a mixed bag. I think there's a lot of issues everywhere. I think as you fix these issues, there's less magnification in other areas that may not be as
Correct.
severe as it looks because things are so freaking bad at times.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. It's like, we're all pointing. I mean, throughout the whole entire season, we've been pointing fingers, right? It sucks. So it's like, who's to blame? So now it's like, now we're getting a fucking Justin Tress over here in strength and condition. Like, what are we talking about? Let's eliminate some other problems first. Let's get some more depth. Let's get these classes going, these top
Yeah,
classes going.
right.
You
Yeah,
know,
right. Get the talent, upgrade the talent, fill the holes that we knew were holes in spring ball. We knew the main issues, and they were never filled. Wide receiver, tackle, quarterback.
yep.
We knew. So like it wasn't like we
So
didn't know.
I'll just do one recruiting thing here, but so
No,
Bryce
beat up. You
Underwood
said you
aside.
no beat up. You said you didn't want to do recruiting.
No, I don't. But this isn't really recruiting. This is more of like the portal. Who do
You're
you
good.
think we would get in the transfer portal? Who do you think?
In terms of positions or people?
Quarterback. Sorry.
Dude, there's no way to know until we know the conclusion of Underwood. That will determine everything. If we don't get Underwood, they're going to swing for the fences. If they get Underwood, they're going to get an experienced quarterback with some.
But who would be out there? Who would you try to go for?
I
Like
don't know.
Dante
It'd be like for example,
Morgan?
to give you an example, what I mean by an experienced quarterback, like an Alan Bowman, like a Jack Tuttle, like a kid with some years who just wants to be a part of one, get the degree, two, maybe he lost his starting position to a different quarterback, and he's thinking more long term for his career, in terms of professional career, not athletic career. You'd get somebody who has competency, but it's really just to have age in the room because we have a very young quarterback room.
Yeah.
And if Jaden Denigal transfers out, not to say he is, but if he
Yeah,
does,
he will. No, he's out. He's out, dude. I think someone tried to Google his ass.
likely.
He couldn't even find him on Michigan's website.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So like, we won't know till we see how this class shakes out, and then we'll have it for you. We'll figure it out. We'll identify what we're looking at. We'll figure it out.
I hope it's someone good. I don't know. I mean, I didn't want to give any attention. I'm not going to give him too much attention on Twitter, because I'll just say this. Okay, so that he called in once, right? And he was very animated, Mr. King
Who?
Buckeye.
Oh, yeah, King.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
very animated at the time. But he had said some stuff on Twitter, and obviously got a huge
Oh, I don't know what he said.
swarm. Huh?
I don't know what he said.
It was along the lines of like, you got to be kidding me with this whole Bryce Underwood money thing, prying him, trying to pry him away from LSU. Like, why would you want to try to pry a kid away from his dreams and what his decision and stuff? Like, this looks bad on the school, everything like that. And
The hell are
my
you talking
thing
about? They
is
do that
this.
shit all the time at Ohio State. What are you talking about? They buy kids they get kids, they flip kids all the
Yeah,
time at Ohio State.
exactly. But he's like,
How are we
oh,
talking?
well, because they haven't recruited him, all this stuff,
You know what it is?
for this whole long period of time and everything like that. And I'm like, you know what? I can see what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, hey, money shouldn't always solve all your fucking problems. It should be trying to actually recruit the kid, official visits, unofficial visits, doing it somewhat right, and then paying them in the back end right to seal the deal. But
King should call in. I do like King. King's a fiery son of a gun. Listen, we like King. This is not a shot at King, but we're always down for some debate. Not for stealing fandom. We don't steal fandom, and the OGs know what I'm talking about.
I can't believe you said that.
Yeah. But bro, you think the kids are interested in Ohio State because they're not paying because they have a $23.5 million budget? They're up there with Nike, bro, and AKA Oregon.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
No, I
They're
agree.
going to Ohio
I mean,
State for the love of the school. Do you think here? How about this? Do we think the safety the safety who transferred from Alabama to Ohio State? Why am I drawing a blank?
Yeah, I'm trying to blink too. What's his fucking name?
One of the top safeties in the nation. Why am I drawing Downs? Caleb Downs.
That
Thank you very
Caleb
much.
Downs.
Yeah. Did he go to Ohio State because they didn't throw a fucking bag? $2.5 million. Come on, bro.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I
come on, bro.
I mean, he was
play
trying
that
to
game. They
say
play that
for
game.
like we can't even get a hometown discount. That's what he's trying to say. Like you can't even get a hometown discount with
You know
this
what it is, dude? He's projecting. Listen, Ohio State, and we got some Buckeyes. They know I love them. There's a few, and I know maybe I got some Michigan fans who are like, you love Buckeyes. There's some cool, reasonable, dope ass Buckeyes who are friends of the channel. But bro, they're scared as shit. Oh, Michigan's
I'll be scared too,
playing
man.
big boy ball. One of the things Ohio State had on us was they would be able to get the most elite talent and always be able to field it, whether it was the better team or not. They had typically an advantage in terms of raw skill. Now that gap's about to be. I mean, to be quite frank, we may surpass them at some point. Now it won't be next year because they've had a few years at having top ass classes. But you give us 2 years, 3 years, we're talking we may surpass them in talent the way this is looking. Now, don't get me wrong. You don't think Ohio State sees what Michigan's doing and saying, I need another bag.
Yeah.
Like, bro, we just saw what they just mobilized this offseason. Like they got donors. We're about to go into freaking donor wars. It's about to be an arms race.
I'm hoping that it's definitely a sign of good things to come because I understand. Because I just don't want this to be a one-time Band-Aid type of thing. Like, oh, you know what? We don't have a quarterback. We need to get this money together, get a quarterback and everything. I mean, I'm all for that, but like, we need money also for a class too. Like, oh, and by the way, player retention if need be. Now, hopefully, player retention won't be too bad because of the TV money. But and from what Ward was saying, they're leaning towards 75% of that going.
Wait. Time out. You said Ward said that?
Yeah.
Are you talking about his interview from today?
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I know I saw there was one. You know what? So he said 75%.
He said that they are doing it. They're looking at it two ways. Okay.
That's hilarious.
The whole, like you said, the whole equality thing, women and men.
Which we talked. Well, the point why this is hilarious because that's what I brought to the channel, bro. I was like, look, initially they wanted to go a 50-50 split, men's and women's.
Yeah.
And then
the other way is based on how the revenue comes in through the sports.
And that's what
we brought. He said that 75% of that was through football. I believe. I think 15%. Dude, it was really bad.
Whatever.
Basketball was like 14%, and like women's basketball was like 1% or something.
No. I know. Listen. I brought that in late September. I was hearing that. I was like, okay, because I was told that there was a change. I don't know if it was the results on the field, probably, but there was a change of thinking with the way they wanted to distribute this revenue, and they were going to give anywhere from 70 to 80 to this football team. So the fact it's 75 means they went down the fucking middle. They settled on the now listen, let me just stress this. It's obviously not finalized. They appear to still be in the
Correct. He says they are still
planning phase.
discussing
But
it. Yeah.
the fact it's 75 means it's exactly where we were hearing it was gonna like
And
we were hearing
and
70
Webb,
to 80.
yeah, and
That's
Webb did
wild.
bring up Title IX to him. He said,
But that
does
doesn't
Title
count.
IX have anything to play in this?
No.
He said that they did not rule on this or whatnot. They do obviously honor and yada yada
It
yada
doesn't,
women this or
it
that.
doesn't.
They
Anything you call
acknowledge it,
important,
appreciate
right.
it. They'll follow it if they have to, but they didn't rule, so they're not
Title
really
IX
considering
is
it.
equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. It has nothing to do with
Correct.
finances. So I mean,
Correct, yeah.
but now it will be challenged. Someone is going to challenge us in court. They fully expect that. Hopefully, it's not Michigan. But anyways, but all right. So that's where we are. Good to know though. So hey, we're gonna end the show here. I'm gonna get your prediction before we get out of here, B-Dub. But
Okay.
hey, we ended. I gotta watch that interview now. I gotta go watch. I didn't even know that interview happened. I mean, I knew it happened, but I didn't get to watch it.
Horrible, dude. You got to keep up. I honestly, I had a lot of driving time today,
I'm
so I
so
was
fucking busy, bro.
I was on YouTube so much today, dude, just listening as I was driving all everywhere over Detroit.
Yeah, I do that too. I listen a lot of YouTube when I'm driving. The
Yep.
radio 97.1, fucking garbage.
No, I can't do it no more. I can't do it, dude. Especially the whole fucking Mike and Rico, dude. I just can't fuck with those guys anymore, dude. They're just so dumb. The Lions stuff, I'll
Bro.
listen to them a bit about to see where they take, because they're obviously Lions fans. But Rico's pretty mindless and dumb nonetheless.
I will give Valeni credit on his Jared Goff position. Trying to let everybody know that this is a legitimate quarterback, where most of the fan base wanted a different quarterback. And look at Jared Goff now. And like, listen, I was in the same. I agreed. I was always a Jared Goff fan. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of 97. I mean, I'll listen, but at times I got to be like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
But anyways, all right, B-Dub. We're past 4 hours. We did a hell of a show today. Appreciate you doing another one with us, man. Give me your prediction for the weekend. What is about to go down? What are we going to experience? You tell me, man.
Michigan by 1 billion, like I said last game. No, I'm gonna
Mercy
go.
roll?
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go a similar score that I think you said last game. I'm gonna do it. Honestly, for us to win, obviously, we gotta score about 21 points. I feel like so. I'm gonna say 21-17 Michigan.
Damn. So the
I think
defense
we defense shows
keeps them
up,
in check.
keeps them in check, and we're able to run the ball enough. Keep them as long as it's a similar game to Michigan State where we have some trickery. I want 3 passes from Donovan Edwards. I want to see 3 passes.
Sharon Moore did say he wants to do it again before the year is done. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I don't think he'll do it during Oregon, but it would be nice to see.
Why not? Fucking, they won't expect it, but we'll see. But yeah, for sure, man. All right, well, so we're gonna get out of here, everybody. Again, thank you for being a part of the show. You guys have crushed it. Appreciate all of you. Honest, I do. Like we do. We appreciate all of you.
Hey, everyone! Before we end this, like this fucking video, subscribe. Okay, we gotta beat these fucking Buckeyes. And then next, Miami,
please,
bro.
F the Buckeyes, bro. Like, listen, I know we got you're a USC fan. You don't like Ohio. Trojan fight. Fight on, right? That's your guys' listen. F the Buckeyes, bro. Give us a subscribe. Help us beat those losers. Greatly appreciate it. Anyone who you're sneak watching, you're a fan of a different channel, LSU, whatever. LSU probably doesn't want to help us out, actually. But anyways,
they're lurking.
Good show, man. Appreciate it. Again, everyone who contributed, please like the video, subscribe. We appreciate you. Next time we are going to be back is Saturday post game. Win, lose, draw. Well, unless there's like a crazy unless there needs to be an emergency podcast, we're here for it. But where we are planned to be back Saturday. So post game, 15 minutes after the game. Holler at your boy. Tuesday, we got the Michigan live show, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Obviously, we got the Thursday call-in show, which is 8 p.m. Always 8 p.m. We are on Apple, Spotify, all your podcast favorites. Get at us. Follow us on the socials. TJ_Ronin. B-Dub's got a social too. B-Dub, let the people know where they can find you. Where's your
No,
what's your
dude, you don't gotta find me.
All right,
You
then
can
don't
find
find me.
Moose. Okay, but my Twitter is this.
If you follow me, you'll
It's this
find
thing right
Moose.
here.
He's on, or I'm sorry, you'll find B-Dub because he's
I'm
around.
on.
My guy's around.
Yeah,
My guy's around.
right down here is where this is. The Twitter is
Oh
the
shit, Blue
Bull win.
Wolverine, what's up?
But I'm good.
What's up? But all right, buddy, we're gonna get out of here. Shout out to everybody. Go Blue. We'll see everybody
Go Blue.
Saturday.